What I do to you?
What's up, everyone? How's everybody doing? Welcome.
Do it live!
Alright, so today is Friday. It's Friday, everybody. We're gonna see what the people are saying. And I want to look at some of the roadmap stuff alongside the comments. It's interesting going through, when you go through like some of the old roadmap stuff and you realize that they didn't really leave a whole lot out. We pretty much got everything, and I mean, over time it eventually all comes out. But when you look at like the ships that are currently in production, like full scale, moving through gray box and everything, there's a lot of the big ships and stuff that people have been waiting for, you know, for years and years. And all that stuff is literally going to be coming before the end of next year. And that's just like pretty big ships. Like we're talking Ironclad, the Kraken, Perseus, all that stuff. So it's good to see. And then later, in about an hour, we're gonna jump into the game and do some Scorpius combat. I have never been in a Scorpius before. So it should be good. I forget what guns it has. It's like, I want to say like 4 size 2s and 2 size 3s, or 4 size 3s and 2 size 2s. I don't imagine it having size 4s. I don't think. But having fought the ship, it's pretty tanky for the size. So I'll be jumping in a Scorpius and in the turret gunner's seat later. Because I don't have one. I don't know if I'll ever have one. It's kind of like the Hurricane. I like the Hurricane, but I've never had one, and I never will have one. Because it's like super... I like ships that you can fly on your own, but also with other people. But some of these ships they're useless on their own. You can only fly them with other people. It's like a Hammerhead. I will never own a Hammerhead. Unless... Well, hold a minute now. There has been some talk. They have released the fact that they're going to be releasing AI turrets. If I can put 6... Make that, yeah, like 6 turrets, each with 2 size 3s, AI turrets on a Hammerhead. Right, so it's not as good as having crew, because those are 2 size 4s on each turret. But if I could get AI turrets on a Hammerhead, I'll own a Hammerhead. That'd be fun. Actually, that'd be pretty cool. Maybe in the future, when I play with more people, I gotta convince more of my friends to actually get in the game and play the game. And then, yeah. Or just make new friends that already play the game. That's the other option. That's probably the better option, too. Because then you don't have to teach people how to play. I've had my fair share of teaching people how to play games. Yikes. Sometimes it goes badly. You spend like a month teaching someone how to play a game, and then they turn on you. and that was their plan all along. It's like it's one thing when like you teach a friend how to play a game with you, and then they just never play it ever again. But when the person like turns on you, it's like, man, I just spent a month teaching this person how to play this game, help them get all the things they need, and then they just told me to go F myself. It's like, yeah. All right, let's jump into these comments. I got the roadmap here. So obviously, 4.0 and 4.1 is history. We already have half the stuff in 4.2, which, and by the looks of some of this stuff, I think it's gonna be there's gonna be a 4.2.1 and a 0.2 before we get into 4.3, I think. Because this next 4.2.1 patch is not going to have all of this stuff, I don't think. And some of the stuff relies on other parts of the stuff to be in also. So if one thing doesn't go in, there's going to be another thing that also doesn't go in. But I'll talk about that a little more later. So we got some comments. I didn't have a little mini viral video this week like I did last week, so we don't have as many comments. We still have 37, I think. It's so wild to me people are still commenting on this video. It's almost 3 years old and they still don't know what's going on. Anyway, let's try to get through some of these. Are you sure that wasn't Starfield on the bottom? So in reference, I should pull these up for reference. So this guy's talking about this video. I'm not gonna play the video. You have to work on the if you are going to wait. Are you sure that wasn't Starfield on the bottom? It's like, bro, I made the video. I'm like absolutely sure it wasn't Starfield on the bottom. Like, what a silly thing to say. If you're going to make a space-themed game, you have to work on the problem of a mile-wide open game, but an inch thick. We have AI now, for God's sakes. Okay, but we didn't have AI when, like, every game, when Starfield was being made. Look, I don't like Starfield. I think it's a joke. But when it was being made, like when they started making it, AI was not what it was today. Like, people think, oh, we have all this AI. Why are games so crappy? It's like, these games are like 10 years old. Like, sure, if games are in development, you're going to see crazy improvements in Star Citizen's development because it's in active development while AI is coming out with it. Elite Dangerous, it's over for Elite Dangerous. They're not going to be able to utilize AI all that well unless they change their engine, which costs money, which they don't have. So, I don't know what this guy's point is. How hard can it be to make the universe as diverse as real life? Okay, but this also goes into, like, I think his name's M Driver. He pops in the chat some of the live streams. He wants realistic everything. It's like, okay, well, realistic everything is not all that diverse, actually. And also, just to defend Elite Dangerous a little bit, it is super diverse. They just don't let you go everywhere. That's all, right? There's all kinds of. There's like ammonia. There is all kinds of crazy planets out there in Elite Dangerous. They just don't let you visit. That's all. And this guy is talking about real life. It's like, dude, if you want real life, go become an astronaut and let the Dragon capsule go deliver you to space. Go train so you can be on the first manned starship to Mars. I get real tired of people sitting behind like computers all day that whine and complain about real life. Like, it's not realistic enough. It's like, you need to go outside. Like, I spend a lot of time not outside. Like, the older I get, the less outside I am. And the last thing I would complain about is like if something's not realistic enough for me, I just don't engage with it. The last thing I'm going to do is complain about it over and over again on the internet. No two planets should look the same, and no two bases you explore should look the same. So this is a very ignorant statement. This guy apparently wants games to take 20 years to make. Because he wants everything to look completely different. It's not just about, look, even if you had AI just make literally 10,000 different space stations that you can then put in the game, okay, now you have to model 10,000 different space stations and textures and all this stuff, which our computers can't fit the game on it if you have so much diversity. Like, there's a limit to what people can do in games. Obviously, there's a time constraint, but there's also like, yeah, I don't want a game to take up 500 gigabytes on my computer. So if there's some copy and paste, that's okay. That's okay. I'm fine with that. I mean, there's some copy and paste in all games, literally. I guess this guy doesn't play any games because no games are as diverse as real life. So I guess this guy doesn't play any games. Next comment. Some people just say stupid things. I don't think they really think about it. They have an opinion that they haven't fully fleshed out yet. I like how they extended the loading time astronomically. He commented on his comment. That's pretty funny. Plus the ships come with the game. I didn't have to pay $4,000 real money tax dollar. What? Real money tax dollars? And if you tell me that my hardware is mediocre at best, you only make my point for me. This is a stupid person. Okay, let's inform him. All the ships in Star Citizen are also there when you buy the game. It's so stupid also because they just don't think. People just don't think. Because in this video, I have to cut short the time it takes for the stars to leave the ship in the Star Citizen clip. Where they think I cut short. I mean, I extended the clip to leave the ship in Elite Dangerous. Because the screen goes black for a little bit before, and then it shows you outside your ship. You don't actually get to leave your ship. And they just get real salty when they see the Star Citizen character walk off the ship onto grass surrounded by trees next to a river. They get super salty, so then they start like inventing like conspiracies in their head, you know? And it's like, if I wanted to... If I was going to extend the Elite Dangerous clip to make it seem longer and be dishonest about it, I wouldn't have shortened the Star Citizen one. I would have let that one play out while the black screen was just extended. But instead of like actually thinking about it, they just make up conspiracies because they get salty and triggered. Like they'll see, you'll walk off a ship onto a beautiful landscape with grass and trees and a river and animals, and Elite Dangerous players, fanboys I should say, will straight up be like, Star Citizen sucks, that's not realistic. It's like, like they're so deranged that they hate like beautiful stuff in a game. Because they don't consider it realistic. They all want that. If Frontier Development came out with planets you could land on and they looked like Monarchs or Bloom or Microtech, they would be all over the place, all over the internet with their screenshots. They would be loving it to death. They wouldn't be sitting there complaining, "Oh, I don't want this. This isn't realistic." It just wouldn't be that way. I'm starting to remember now why I only do comments on Fridays and not every day. It's just the same person, the same type of people saying the same stupid, uninformed thing over and over. With like 2% of the comments actually being people that are speaking from experience who know what they're talking about. Who have good criticisms, by the way. Oh my goodness. I don't even know if I should read this comment. I told this guy they'd make more money if the game was released, which is why they're trying to actually release it. And he comes back and says they would make more money if the game was finished? Question mark. Please tell me how. You can't be this stupid. I have a product I'm working on making. People have paid me a bunch of money to help me make this product because they want to see it. Once the product is done and made and ready to mass produce and give to everybody, it's not going to result in more money. That's this guy's thinking. If they finish it, they won't make more money. When you write a book and a bunch of people give you a bunch of money to help you like write and publish the book, so you give them all copies of the book that they can read, and while you're writing the book, you're updating it and stuff, and they're getting the updated copies because they helped you pay to write it and publish it. Once the book gets published and mass produced and it's now on bookshelves on Steam and maybe other places, the book will make more money because it's being sold at full price. So it's going to make more money. These people that think the game is forever going to be in development because they're making hundreds of millions are so stupid. These people are so stupid. They think Chris Roberts is just pocketed $800 million over the last 10 years. That's the reality that these people have created, that they live in. And it's like, it's so stupid. It is so stupid to think like they're making more money. Like, making money does not mean you're gross. Making money means how much are you taking home with you. And like, most of this money goes back into the project, or acquiring new assets that can help in further development later on. Like, it's no one's making money. They would make way more money if the product gets published, fully finished, published phase. And I thought everyone understood this, except this person, which now my faith in humanity has just gone down some more. You can't be this stupid. They sell ships to make money, to make millions of dollars every year. Yeah, imagine if they could sell the game package for $80 on top of that. Gosh, why are people so dumb? I shouldn't have to explain this to this person. It's just, it's painful. Guys, if you come into my comment section, you say stupid things, I'm going to read your comment live, and I'm going to make you look stupid. I can't help it. I cannot help it. For the same reason, if I say something stupid because I didn't think about it, I should get roasted live. Do it. It's just, people think that CIG will make less money if they publish the game. People think that. People think that. This guy, once they release that will dry up. Wait. Once they release, that will dry up because most people will just grind for those expensive ships. Oh, I gotta edit this now because he's way dumber than I thought. Why can't I edit this? It's not letting me edit my own comment in my own. Okay, well, I'll just add another comment, I guess. This guy's dumb. Like, he thinks, like, oh, once they're... Well, if they publish the game, then everyone's just gonna buy the ships in game. It's like... That's already what everyone does. That's what I do. They still make $100 million a year, even though I don't buy any of their stuff. I play the game a lot. I don't buy any of their stuff. They still make $100 million a year. But according to this guy, if they publish a game, they'll make less money. This dude has clearly never been introduced to the CIG marketing team, who is always on top of it. They know what they're doing, which is why they make $100 million a year. Yikes. It's just still like, you shouldn't have to explain these things to people. You can't be that stupid. So many people bitch about Starfield. Why? Do they actually think these are good games? Elite Dangerous and Star Citizen are both better than Starfield. 100% take it to the bank. First of all, the planets are real and physicalized. Here, let me explain to this guy. Starfield is one word. The worst part is the Starfield devs said they had to create brand new technology in order for Starfield to exist. And it's like, bro, your planets are PNGs. And when I travel there, it's a loading screen to a flat surface plane that maybe resembles a biome of what the PNG in space look like. It's like the biggest fraud and untechnologically impressive thing you will actually come across in the 2020s. But they lied over and over. They say when you land your ship on a planet, it's like, you can't fly your own ship when you land. It's an automated loading screen. It's an animated automated thing. You don't get to fly. And then they say when you explore planets, it's like, well, I'm trying to run this way to explore, but there seems to just be an invisible barrier preventing me from going anywhere. Why? Because there is no rest of a planet. It's not there. It doesn't exist. So when I get these Starfield retards in my comments, it's like, come on, dude. Like, people are over here watching Dragon Ball Z. You're over here watching Barney. And you're like, oh, why don't people like Barney? I don't get it. It's like, bro, we're not the same. All right. Elite Dangerous is published. Star Citizen is not. I like how he used the word published. That's fantastic. That's what I like to see. I hate the word finished because no games are finished when they come out. None. Zero. Elite Dangerous came out 11 years ago. It's still not finished. So don't come to me with, oh, it's not finished. It's like, yes, nothing is finished. Published is meaning the devs are done and ready to put the product out. So I like, at least he used proper language, which I like. What just happened? Yeah. Now one could think that is an argument against Star Citizen. But look what the publisher of ED considers finished game. Okay, but now he just flipped it. I see where he's going with it, and I agree with his point, but he just said Elite Dangerous considers a finished game. They don't consider it finished. No one... Look, if you consider Elite Dangerous a finished game, that means you're unaware of future updates and DLC or whatever. They're gonna be adding more to the game, which means the game's not finished, and they know it themselves. That's why I tried to use the word published. I mean, everyone should enjoy as they like, but I can't imagine to be thrilled by landing on a rock. Yeah, it's more of like when you first start playing Elite Dangerous, it's fantastic landing on a planet that's got nothing on it, and you get out in the rover and you go off, in the SRV and mine some minerals or whatever, some palladium from some rocks or whatever. It's great for the first couple weeks. It is. It's just, yeah, after some time it's like, yeah, this is boring now. I don't know. I get his point though. I get it. But I don't... The pub... Developers at Frontier Developments are hoping Elite Dangerous never finishes, because then they don't have a job anymore. So, it's very interesting to see the language that gamers use versus the language that developers use, and the meanings of words and stuff. It's yeah. Anyway. Oh, if you guys haven't seen, this guy put out a fantastic video. I can't say his name. I don't wanna play it. You guys must go check it out. Kaylee Star. He's part of the Low Fly group. He out of the last 4 months, he filmed a bunch of videos, and then he made a video. It's pretty good. You guys could watch it.
When I was a...
Oh no, I lost it. That's fine. This got 1.4 million views because these freaking Elite Dangerous people just can't stop. They can't stop themselves. They have no impulse control. Still goes with ED. Star Citizen, it's a showcase game only. It's just not. It just isn't. And then people say, oh, you're just coping. It's like, well, does the coping ever stop? Because I've been enjoying Star Citizen for 3 years. And the more they develop it, the more I enjoy it. So I like showcase game. That's like saying it's a tech demo. It's just so stupid. Like if all you could do was like fly around, then I'd be like, yeah, it's just kind of a showcase game. You can just kind of see the sights. Oh, look at this planet. Like, if that was it, I'd be like, yeah, that's true. But you got dudes out there fighting freaking giant worms and stuff right now, and getting loot and unlocking stuff, and it's like, yeah, people are playing a game. This isn't a showcase. Like, I know it looks good, but that's not all it has to offer. Very accurate comparison of an asset collection with really bad frame rate and a real video game, which is not an alpha state for 10 years. It's actually a really accurate comparison, though. So he was trying to be sarcastic, but it's like, I'm showing landing on a planet in both games and what it's like, literally. Having played both games a lot, it's actually pretty accurate. People just get so mad when you disagree with their bias. Like, it's actually really bad. Like, used to be, at least when I was growing up, like, you be friends with someone that's not like you at all, and you guys get along no problem. And you just kind of ignore the stuff that you know you both don't agree on. You know you're probably not going to change each other's minds, so you just don't. It doesn't matter. And here's the Team No Man's Sky dudes. They never hate. I like these people. Look, I don't like No Man's Sky, but the No Man's Sky people they're good people. They never hate. They just support their team. You know? And that's respectable. Like, let's be honest. If you just play No Man's Sky, that's what you know, that's what you play, that's cool. If you don't play these games, you don't start talking shit about them on the internet because you don't know anything about them. You don't play them. And they don't. No Man's Sky people are very, very respectable. Jokes aside, Star Citizen is what I would hope space exploration could be. Elite is more like what I think space is really like. That's true. That's true. It's just that when people envision space now in our current age, it's what Elite Dangerous is on the surface. But when you look into the Elite Dangerous lore and you look at the year, like what the date is, and then you start realizing that there are just billions upon trillions of humans living on Earth-like planets, like all over the bubble and stuff. It's like, yeah, that's not exactly what you imagine, is it? Is it, Yanova? Is it? That's not what you imagine. You see, people like have like this like they think Elite Dangerous is this thing, but it's only that thing on the surface. When you actually like get into it, it's like, oh, there's like all these crazy advancements, all this weird lore, and there's alien wars and all this stuff, and it's like, this is not what you imagine our current space is like, because our current space is not like Elite Dangerous at all, not even close. But people like, I think it's role playing and like imagining. People do a lot of that. I've never really understood that stuff. I always thought it was very childish, like role play stuff. Very, very kind of Arrested Development-ish. There's like acting and like what do they call it? Where you act off the cuff. I can't remember what it's called, but you all know what I'm talking about. There's that for like entertainment purposes, but to act to entertain myself, it doesn't make any sense to me. Like you guys remember Red vs. Blue? Improv. Hell yeah. What's up? Villain by default. But you guys remember Red vs. Blue? That was straight improv, dudes back and forth, just, doing. that was entertaining to watch. I could never imagine wanting to actually do that. You know, like I feel like role playing is always for like, at least for kids, like kids entertain themselves with their imagination. That's cool. But when you're an adult, it's like, I don't know. I don't know. If you're making something, I totally get it. Act away. Like, get into that role. Do it. But if you're just like getting on a game to play with your friends and you're just like straight up pretending like you're Captain Kirk or something, that's like super Arrested Development, like red flag for me. Like, we can't be friends. At least not while you're doing that stuff. We don't know each other during those times of the day when you're doing that stuff. Oh, we have translation. One is a fairy tale. The other is close to reality. That's the only difference. The problem is this guy's obviously talking about Elite Dangerous being close to reality. It's not close to reality. There's a billion Earth-like systems, planets, full of people. There's there's weird witch space, which is like just not a thing. There's like all kinds of weird stuff in Elite Dangerous that just make absolutely no sense. And it's like, it's cop-out, right? Like, witch space is a cop-out because you can't travel faster than light. It's not a thing. And there's not like fold space. So they make it so you basically go into another dimension to travel and then drop out of that dimension. That's what the technology is in Elite Dangerous. You jump into witch space. You're not folding space. It's not a wormhole. It's none of that. And then sublight space makes sense. Sublight speeds in Elite Dangerous make sense. I would actually say theoretically, not that we can actually do that. But the whole argument with Elite Dangerous being more realistic than Star Citizen is just not the case. It's not even kind of true, because most people use the arguments about, you know, Earth-like. You know, all the planets out there are not like Earth. It's like, well, maybe you should tell the Elite Dangerous developers that, because there's millions and millions of Earth-like planets. That's no exaggeration. Literally, I've found hundreds of them myself. I went to Beagle Point and back, and kind of a round trip. So I've actually traveled literally over 1 billion light years. Sorry, 1 million, not 1 billion. I've traveled it was like 1.6 million light years in Elite Dangerous. I found a lot of Earth-likes, which is not realistic. Not even close. It's just they think it is realistic because they never see it, right? So it's out of sight, out of mind. Whereas in Star Citizen, you land on any planet. Even the landing in the city in the clouds in a gas giant. Now that's not realistic, but it's like, it could be. We don't know. We don't know if there's gas giants out there that are a certain way with certain conditions. We don't know. There's so much we don't know. But if you take what's possible, you get creative with it. Which is what Frontier did. Also, which is fine. It's just that's what they use as an example to say, oh, this is realistic. It's just really bad argument, and I think a lot of these people, they don't really debate these kind of things. Or so this is why, like earlier I was talking about, it's really bad when people can't have different opinions and get along, because a lot of the times you can convince each other of what's right. So like if someone's like, if one of my friends was like, I think Elite Dangerous is more realistic because not every planet's like an Earth-like. Hey, happy 4th of July to all you Americans. I'm not American, sadly. Maybe one day. But yeah, just people don't have. So yeah, if one of my friends said that to me, I would correct him. I'd be like, well, there's way more Earth-like planets in Elite Dangerous though, and he'd be like, oh yeah, that's true actually. Like, yeah. So it doesn't make it more realistic. Maybe there are other elements in it that does. So talk about those. But people don't like talk to each other and kind of bank ideas off each other, because I feel like nowadays people take their opinions and they make them a part of their personality. So if anyone ever challenges any of their opinions, the person takes it personal every time. And it's like, and so now you have people like really polarizing away from getting along because they can't handle other opinions or ideas, especially if they challenge their own current opinions and ideas. And that's bad. That's really bad. Like, I have friends who believe in stuff I don't believe in. I believe in stuff they don't believe in. We know each other's beliefs. We don't really talk about it much because it's not like we have more in common than we do not. So it doesn't, you know, those people that will like never talk to you again because you voted for one or the other. What it's like, yeah, you don't want to be talking to those people anyway. Because they can't handle different opinions, which means you either have to believe everything they do or, you know, just cut them off. It's a lot easier that way. Alright, I'm going to stop here. I want to talk some about the roadmap a bit more. A dude playing as a chick? A little weird, but very June of you. See what I did there? This dude tried to make it seem like I think I'm a woman. And I just exposed him for liking his male character. Did you guys see what I did there? Also, Pride Month's dead. I don't know if people I don't know if people were paying attention this last June, but yeah, Pride Month's dead. It just like wasn't a thing. Literally, compared to the previous 2 or 3 years, it's just like not a thing anymore. Song name. You know, people have been asking for my music, for like songs and stuff in the videos I've been doing recently, because some of it's pretty good, but they all have the same name, just untitled, because I don't title music. I should start asking Grok for titles of songs. And then just start like slapping them on. I should start doing that. You suggest VTOLs on Pyro for circling low around. If you're in full atmosphere, you're probably better off with VTOLs. But if you're on a moon, which those sites are on, I believe, I don't know. Currently, you could probably get away with no VTOL most of the time. But in the future, it's going to change. So you might want to get used to using VTOL now, even though you don't exactly need it. Okay. Yeah, I'll jump in this chat also. I don't know. I don't have the streaming thing on. Let me I need to turn these off somehow. Okay. Let me just Actually, I gotta close and then reopen this. Give me a second, guys. I just need to do this. Close. And open. I turned the thing off, so there we go. There we go. Now I'll hop in there. Yeah, they probably don't work right just yet because I mean the VTOL, it used to be more use it more in like 3.0, like 17-ish, 18-ish. And then they kind of didn't need it so much, especially on large ships. I remember a time when the Cutlass used to like dip, right? Because the front of the Cutlass, its VTOL and engines are in the back, and so the front of it would like dip. And if you were flying forward, you would slowly nose forward into the ground if you weren't keeping your nose up manually. Then they did away with some stuff, balanced some stuff, and then VTOLs weren't as needed. And then some ships you really need them for. So like the Reclaimer, you really need the VTOLs to get off the ground and stuff like that. And then other ships like the Hercules line, they have VTOL. You don't need it at all. Those ships are super light for how big they are. But all that's going to be balanced pretty soonish actually. So okay, I'll keep an eye on that. Let me get back into the here. Yeah, they might not have VTOLs. Because some ships do not have VTOL. Usually, I mean, that ship is kind of aerodynamic. Because it's more about the dynamic. So like the Mole, it needs VTOLs, right? It's a brick. The Prospector has VTOLs, but I doubt it needs them as much. It's just more aerodynamic, but also not like it doesn't have wings or anything, so it still needs VTOL. So it won't. It'll be probably more about the shape of the ship. So I'm thinking like with the Hercules, they're big, but they're like broad and wide and have kind of wings, so they can glide somewhat. But like in the future, if you're in a ship and you just stop, you will just fall out the air if you're large. I've only been on the Prowler once. It was the drop version of it, and I got a ride somewhere. That was it. So I don't remember like how big it is, or I know it's a medium ship, but I don't remember like much about it, honestly. All right. These people. I just destroyed that guy's entire joke. Hi NASA, yeah, could I get a CPU so I could play Star Citizen? Dude, you can run on a 5600X. It was like $150 CPU. Just by the way. I ran it on an i7 that only had 2.9 megahertz. So don't complain to me about some NASA computer you need to run the game. That's silly. Alright. Just for 10 minutes, I just want to go over some of this roadmap. Okay, so in 4.2, I'm not really going to get into 4.3 because that's not for another 2 months probably. End of September will be 4.3. So this stuff we already got. This is a irradiated fauna, basically. I don't really mess with any of that stuff, but that's already in the game. I can't wait till we get like more broad fauna. So like the sandworms. I don't care too much about the irradiated Valakar. I want the sandworms on Daymar. Characters. So this is for your character. They've added these suits. These are for radiation exploration, pretty much. They added a bunch of hairstyles this patch and the next one. So 4.2 and the next one coming. We're getting more hairstyles. This is a suit that you get if you participate in the new event. I kind of like the white one, but I also don't really care. So I don't know if I'll do that event or not. I probably will to check it out, see what it's about. Try both sides, because I think one's like cargo running, one's more like combat oriented. So we'll get more hairstyles in the 0.1 patch. And then when it comes to this, dynamic rain, I think we have rain. I don't know how dynamic it is exactly. Like we have rain and weather on some planets and places currently. Like I know in ArcCorp, Pyro 1, right? That's already there. I just don't know if they mean like, because it says committed, but it's not. It's still gray, which means it's coming still. I think it's already in the game though. The gameplay, radiation stuff, location is these new facilities for those missions. So mission events. So there is, where was it? Was it Cortec? Yeah. Okay, so for one of the Cortex, this is something that they're still working on here. It's tentative, so it isn't actually, it still isn't, it might not even be this, it has to be this patch. So for the new event, so this tracks your progress across multiple charts, because this event that they've got coming out with 4.2.1 is mission and events. This one, work in progress. See, this is why it's a work in progress, because this is a cross shard event. In order to have this event work properly, they need this core tech working first. That's why these are tentative and they don't have them committed yet. That's what I'm thinking. These missions I'm actually looking forward to. I'm surprised they have them tentative because they're right now in the game and they're working good. I don't see them taking it out or moving it back. So they could probably commit this actually at this point. You can do these. I've seen people doing these in the PTU. These new missions, support missions. At least that's what I think they were doing. And then the Wicklow stuff, which I've been waiting for. I've been holding on to my script and my favors and my ace helmets, because I don't like the roll a dice here, surprise, you get a whatever ship we think you should have. It's like, nah, you should give me a mission for a specific ship so that I can get what I want instead of wasting. It's kind of like with Frontier developments when Elite Dangerous, when they first implemented engineering. Oh goodness, it was a mess because it was a roll. You could go to the engineer and give him a whole bunch of stuff, and then come away with less, like a worse engineer spec module, and it's like that is garbage. That is just absolute garbage. And I remember sometimes it happened to me where they called it rolling the dice, and it's like, yeah, that's not how engineering works. And then you got people telling me how realistically dangerous is, and it's like, bro, used to be when you go engineer a thing, you like put a bunch of stuff into it, it ends up coming out worse sometimes. It's like, that's not that's not engineering, but sure. So now at Wicklow we're gonna actually have, you're gonna know, which is awesome. Because I was wondering, like, what is possible to get, like, what are those surprises? It's not just like any and all ships and you just get a random one. It's a fixed amount of stuff, and this is it. This is at least stuff they're adding. Multiple new ships and vehicles. So the Guardian QI, which I don't know what that is, but I mean, it's a Guardian variant, and I want a Guardian ship, so this might actually be the one I go for. And then I kind of want the MK2 Super Hornet. And then I also want that medic, that Ursa medic vehicle. So I actually kind of want more of these than I thought I was going to. But so I'm probably going to get into more Wicklow stuff, honestly, come the next patch. And then of course they've got the Prowler utility in there. So this 0.1 patch is kind of bigger than your average 0.1 patch. But they got a lot to fulfill in the 4.2 quarter, so I guess it says quarter 2 to quarter 3, which we're done. No. Yeah. Quarter 2's done. So this is kind of overlapping in July. 4.2 will be completely done in July. And then they'll start, I'm guessing, end of July, early August, we get 4.3 in a PTU. The first version, first iteration, where some of the stuff will be in there. And I'll talk about that stuff then. But for right now, we're gonna play a game. We're gonna jump in the game. I think I can close this. I made a bunch of music. Hopefully it's good. We'll see later. Alright, let's alright, turn the game on. I should also yeah, I'll pull. I'll have to figure out the Discord stuff in a minute. I don't know if Equinox wants his voice in the stream or not. Alright. I was hoping we were going to have it at the update today, but it looks like next week Friday. Whenever Free Fly ends, they're going to put the next update. They probably shouldn't have done that. Straight up. I think they should have had the Free Fly event with the 4.1 content. I don't know. That's what I would have done. But here's the thing about stuff. You don't always know everything. So when people do something and it doesn't make sense to you, sometimes it's that you can't make sense of it, not that it doesn't make sense, because you don't have all the information. But you have to be a little self-aware to stop yourself and be like, maybe I don't know. And then later, after we do some Scorpius combat, I want to go low fly at Adir. Adir. As a moon around Pyro 5 called Adir. Also, everyone needs to fondle the like button. We gotta get 10 likes. I only got 9 likes last night. I think. I didn't actually check. I don't think I got 10 though. I'll join. 620. 620. I mean, I don't know. I kind of think we should join one of these other servers here. I just don't know which one. Yeah, okay, you're there. I'm gonna join. I'm picking. I'm trying to pick. Oh, he's in the menu. I've joined Cincy before, and it's like never a good server. I don't know how those guys low fly in the servers they do. But oftentimes they're not in good servers. When I've joined them in the past. I know this LGN tech dude, I think he's in a group with the smuggler, and so I think this is those servers. I'm gonna join this one. And if it's no good, then we'll join a different one, but usually these servers aren't bad. Like sometimes there's a bit of input lag in these servers, but for the most part the FPS is pretty good and the missions work. So it's also Friday nights, so it's not like the servers are gonna work. Okay, I wasn't sure. That means I can turn off streamer mode in Discord. I have Discord on a separate screen, so it shouldn't ever be like on the stream screen. But I also got to join the chat. What's up?
Yep.
All right, I can hear you.
Let
me disable this. There we go. I don't know if the stream can hear you or not. I can't hear the stream, but
okay.
your audio will play. Yeah, your audio will play in the background. I mean, on my desktop. I stream my desktop audio, so.
Okay.
If the people in the chat can't hear you, I can turn your thing up. Alright, so I'm in the game now.
Alright. I am running out to get my Scorpius out. I just hopped into the gunner seat just to check it out because I never managed to get into there, and I thought, oh right, I can manually get in there with holding F and right click. And yeah, I was reminded that, oh right, I have to have that enter gunner, one position key bound, which I typically just set to apostrophe because it's not used for anything anyway.
As long as I can get in there and figure it out, should be good. I've actually only been a turret gunner once, because anytime I played with my friends, they always make me pilot.
Okay.
So
yeah.
this is great. I get to do something I don't often get to do.
Under the key bindings on mouse and keyboard, customize, and it is the first menu system, vehicles, seats, and operators. You just scroll down and enter remote turret 1 is just barely scrolling down anywhere, and you'll see it.
Okay, let
I'm
me
pretty
go
sure
into
they were supposed to put the enter turret button on all these ships, but clearly that did not happen.
So,
Yep.
is it like a cockpit, like a 2-person cockpit, and then
Yeah,
I can
we're
enter the
sharing
turret?
Space.
Oh, I see. I thought I got in entirely different thing. Okay,
The
this makes
Hurricane,
sense.
that's the case.
Yeah, I thought it was like that. But like I said, I've never been in a Scorpius, so.
Yep. And yeah, you can see it's that vehicles, seats, and operator modes up top.
Okay, vehicle seats, operator. To down a bit.
No, it's the first one on the list. Yep.
Emergency exit. No.
Scroll down just a little bit. You can.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Enter
just-
remote turret 1.
Yep. I just bound it to apostrophe. I think period and slash are not in use. As you might recall, I bound my period and slash to the open all and close all. So.
I'll do apostrophe.
Yeah, it worked well enough for me. And then once you're in the turret, you can actually
Whoops.
get back out by tapping Y. Definitely don't tap Y more than once, obviously, when we're in the field.
Well, I usually hold Y down, so you just tap it?
I do believe so. Let me...
Is there an exit remote turret? No.
No, I'm pretty sure they like...
I'll just
double
stay in the
bound it.
turret to be safe.
There is a really cool feature of this that I didn't know about until about a week ago. Apparently, sort of like on the C1 where you can move that tractor beam back, you can do basically the same thing with this turret. So you can be facing backwards while I'm facing forward.
Oh, okay.
So this is a pretty useful ship if it works anyway.
Let me, where are you in the game?
In the hangar.
Oh, let me,
right. We need to actually do a team invite.
Here, I sent, oh wait, that's not the button. There we go. Alright.
Yeah, I definitely have to hold Y when I'm trying to get out of the pilots. Gonna real quick test the gunner thing. Despite this thing being a fighter, it's not exactly fast to just get in and out of.
So, we're in a party. Oh. I need to come over there. Oh wait, let me grab a ship. What station are you at?
I should just be at Gaslight.
Okay. I'm gonna come over there. Gaslight doesn't let me in, so I can't live at Gaslight anymore.
Oh. Okay.
I don't know why, but it's racist. Doesn't like me.
Okay, yeah, when I'm in the gunner seat, all I do is tap Y. I don't even hold it, and it lets me right out of the gunner seat, or the remote turret. So that is good.
Okay, so you have to let go and hit it again to actually get out twice.
Yep. Yeah. Were you at Checkmate then, or where are you?
I'm at, I don't know. I forget the name of this place. I keep calling it Endgame, but it's not Endgame. It's the other one. It's by Monox. I just grabbed some apples. Maybe Gaslight Station doesn't let me land there because I've been eating too much watermelon lately. Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Checkmate is the closest one to Monox.
Here, let me see where I am. What is this? Patch City. That's where I'm at.
Oh, okay.
It's a weird one out on its own, middle of nowhere.
Yeah,
Can't
I think
call
I've
it
been
shit.
there like 2 or 3 times.
Yeah, there's no bounty hunting here, so I'm gonna come over there. Where to put it? Medium. Whoops. We're gonna have to start off nice and easy. Some of the easier bounties, because my aim, I'm gonna have to figure out the sensitivity in the turret. Because I think my turret
Yeah.
settings are not good.
I've heard some people say turrets are not exactly great, and we might even consider switching from the attritions back to the defaults just for the fire rate, but we'll see.
I'll figure it out. I just need a few practice runs.
Are you wanting to rendezvous here? I'm already outside of Gaslight, or...
I mean, wherever you want to do bounties. It can't be here, because there's no bounties
Yeah.
here where I'm at, so I'll just head over that way.
Considering I typically will stick to the Pyro 5 system, I could land at one of the main places on Pyro 4, and you can hop in there. That way we don't have to travel a long distance and, you know, jump, get quantum.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay.
I'll just go wherever you are when I get there. I jumped to Gaslight, but I'll stop halfway there.
Yeah, not inefficient, that works.
I'm surprised that these servers are working alright, considering free fly is going on.
Yeah, true.
Usually the
When
FPS
yours-
in game is bad.
Yeah. When you showed that I was on a 600-person server, I was
620.
Sort of yeah, I was sort of not surprised because for some reason, most of the time when I'm in Pyro, I don't see those issues.
I think it's because the new event. Because it happens on Pyro 4 and Pyro 1, and there's brought a bunch of people into Pyro. And I'm sure
true,
people
most
that
everyone's in Stanton.
yeah, like people whose friends are on Free Fly are probably taking them through the Pyro events and stuff right now. Like the last night or the night before when I got attacked. That's the first time I've ever been attacked ever by a player in Pyro.
Yeah, it's rare. It's
And
something
it just
where
doesn't
it's
happen.
Really that big of a deal.
Everyone thinks Pyro's for the pirates, and it's just not.
No, I saw the Pyro system and everything about it and said, oh, this is where I get left alone, and if I don't get left alone, I shoot down what doesn't leave me alone.
Yeah, that's really what it's like.
Yeah.
Or you just ram them if they don't leave you alone, like I did.
Yeah. It was really funny. Months ago, I was doing repair missions on Monarchs, I think, and a Starlancer TAC, which was super weak at the time, started firing missiles across my bow while I was landed, and I delivered a very direct warning threat over general chat, and all of general chat just went, wait, are we gonna go hunt this guy now? And it was really funny.
Man. Yeah, there's always moments. I've had a few moments like run-ins with players. I never go looking for PvP. I've been jumped once really bad. Like they just unloaded EMP missiles into me and then just took over. That happened once. And then I got jumped another time. Same thing, EMP missiles, small group and stealth ships. That's the only time they got me. It was always a surprise attack and you're dead, like, instantly. All the other times, players, like, try to, I don't know, fight me, try to mess with me. I've always just been able to outmaneuver them, but not because of skill, just because of just thinking about it for a second.
You know, the funniest thing about that run-in that I had was, at the time, I didn't know that I could probably have gotten away with shooting them down.
Where did the
I didn't really understand the crime and punishment system of the game at the time.
I still don't. I mean, not really. I know crime stat 3 means you go to prison.
I think that the people, even in Pyro, I think you can still report the crime, but it doesn't just happen automatically. And you only have like 10 seconds to do it.
But how, what, like, where do you go? To Klesher?
Oh yeah.
Or you just get a bounty and you die and that's it. Once you die, you don't have a crime stat anymore.
Ooh.
I don't know how it works in Pyro at all. I just thought there was none of that at all.
I've seen some people trying to get to Stanton to go get rid of a bounty or that crime stat on them, and they're being shot at the whole time they're trying to get into the wormhole.
Yeah, because you see the red, right? You see, like, the player has a red, whatever. So you can tell that they're wanted, that they have a crime stat. It's just, like, the guy that was shooting me, I don't, actually, no, I think he turned red because he was shooting me. And then after I jumped away and he came back, he was not red anymore, so. But he didn't kill me, so he wouldn't have got a crime stat. Yeah, I don't know how it all works in Pyro. I assume it's just straight lawless, so that's how I behave. I'm gonna
Yeah,
need to
thinking
jump
about
around.
it probably is.
But then again, I only don't know because I've never been killed by a player in Pyro. Or killed, well, I guess I didn't really kill the player last night, or the other night. Okay, let's see. Am I routed?
I know I've mentioned it in chat before, but I had one time while I was doing a maintenance mission where 3, what I'm pretty sure were NPCs, came down and started attacking. Well, I was in a Guardian at the time, the MX, and I was able to get up in the air, shoot all 3 of them down, and I was like, oh, okay, is this going to be a thing where there's a small chance that raiders will come in? I thought it was kind of interesting, but also it's definitely going to ruin the non-combat side for a small number of people. It's never happened since, though.
So it was just NPC pirates, basically? Or
I'm
players?
positive it was, because they had... They seem to have, like, visible names of some sort, and I didn't scan. So, it must have been part of, like, a test run of, you know... Hey, you've now got these raiders.
Yeah, because I've randomly gotten attacked, and it's like, it's hard to tell. Is this a player or is this just a random pirate or whatever? It's kind of been like that.
I always feel like they got rid of the visible names thing so that people wouldn't just go out of their way to hunt them, but they really need to find a compromise.
You kind of can hide, like, so.
Yeah.
I don't know where I was, but I was like floating above. You know when you leave like ArcCorp or Loreville, and there's like a bunch of random ships just floating there above it. You could just go park a ship there, and everyone just thinks you're an empty ship that was abandoned, because you have to scan to know that someone's on it now. So you can kind of pretend you're nothing. I feel like they'll leave you alone if you don't move, kind of deal. Like if a bunch of dudes drop into your location and you don't move, there's a good chance they just leave you alone because they don't think you're actually there. But at the same time, when you're getting attacked, I've always just assumed it's a player. Because it doesn't happen too often.
Out of the blue, yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Because NPCs don't just randomly show up in most cases.
Yeah.
Like, that's the one case I'm talking about, might be the only case.
I've had 2 cases of random NPC, like, ship attacking my ship, and that's it in 3 years. It wasn't recent, so. Wait, where'd you go? There you are. Wait. It says you're in the water.
That's weird. I'm on the main docking pad that you're going towards.
Okay, the round one.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? Nothing else. I will turn on my engines and move just so that we'll see.
There
what
you are.
happens.
Because I was like, you got some extra flippers and goggles for me?
Whoop.
Landing gear deployed. Landing complete.
Alright. I haven't flown this thing forever.
Offline.
I don't believe there's any players around. I did see a humanoid shape move very rapidly, but it looked like an NPC was late to go where they're supposed to be.
I just heard like the perfect echo in your audio where it sounded like you were actually down here in like a concrete courtyard.
Oh, am I broadcasting in game as well? I might want to turn that off.
It was just for a second.
Hmm.
It was not there anymore. Okay, so how do I get in this thing? Here it is.
You're at the right spot. I think you might have to hold F
Hold
on
it?
it and then right click to get the gunner seat.
It says nothing.
Oh, it's not that one up. It's back.
Oh, this one.
I think that's actually the inventory.
Yeah, that
it's
is
that
inventory.
side piece.
Oh, here it
that
is.
You were looking at initially.
Deploy weapon rack. No.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's where you get out.
In order to get into the gunner seat, I have to hold F and then manually use that wheel and get into the gunner. But if I'm already in the ship, I think it will just let you straight into the gunner. I'm not sure.
Okay, I didn't try to just hit F either. Well, what's the
Yeah,
loadout on
pilot-
this ship?
All attritions, and let me pull that up because I was dumb and put in Bretons when I didn't need to because they're the same level efficiency. But let me pull that up. Let's see. I think I left the missiles as the default, but otherwise I have the Rampart and yeah, I didn't change the cooling. There was no reason to. I have the Vulcan in place for the quantum drive, so pretty decently outfitted.
What's the size of these guns?
All size 3s.
Oh, okay.
The ones I shoot and the ones you shoot.
Nice.
Let me see.
They need more ships like this. It's just more that fighter style, like like your F-18s and some F-16s or two pilot, two cockpit.
I'm fairly confident that we can probably pull off an 86K, so I'm just sharing that.
Yeah, I got it. Okay, let's see here. Deploy.
Excellent. And this is why I said let's deploy here, because it's a pretty short jump.
Power on.
Just hit U.
Hit what?
U on the keyboard.
Oh, yeah.
U
I did on the
I
thing.
O P. Yep.
Takeoff complete.
And then to enter the turret mode was the what I
That
just
apostrophe,
keybinded.
Yep. Yeah,
Alright.
because there are a few ships that they actually put the button in the game, but most of them they did not.
Yeah, the turret I've been on before had the little button where it was enter. But I also... That was the 600i. The 600i is weird. Because all the turrets
Yep.
are all controlled from the pilot, from the cockpit, from the bridge. Is the screen cut off? Oh no, it's
It
not.
looks like it.
Yeah, I thought some of it was missing, but it's not.
Oh, it's one of those. It's like it's got this side projection and it forces it all. Well, so my front ones are also kind of like that, so that does make sense.
I looked at the sides and you can tell it's made to be like this, which is fine. All right.
Also, so yeah, it's if you hit S or W while you're in the turret, it kind of will move you forward and back. I don't know
Whoa.
what the range is.
I'm underneath the ship now.
Oh, you can go all the way under? I thought you could just go to the back. That's even better.
Yeah, I'm at the back, but underneath, and then...
So these 86K missions are super easy to pull off in a Hornet, so shouldn't be too big a deal for us. I will just in case drop out just a little early because it is a pretty quick ship.
Got a Hornet up there.
Miner. Yep. Oh, so often they're still close to these, but no.
It's gonna take me some time to get used to the sensitivity of this turret. Just the way it
The reason why I
moves.
suggested you play Gunner was just because it's going to be easier. Oh, what? That's my bad. I typically automatically jump myself out of the quantum nav mode, but put myself right back in. And I do my best to always follow them like this, so you should have the ability to hit them more often than not.
I might have to change some settings because I don't even have a lag pip. It's got like... It kind of has a... That's not a lag pip, it's like a... projection. Yeah, okay, I kind of see how this works. Kind of.
Oh. This thing is actually less maneuverable than the Guardian MX.
Really?
Yeah.
It's smaller. It's a little smaller
Yep.
than the Guardian.
I feel like they're taking into account the wings. It's like, that makes sense in the atmosphere, but
Okay, so the lag pip in this thing's weird. It's like a tiny little dot. Which I'm not used to seeing.
okay, we're away and safe. Try another one of those, although by all means go into your gunner settings and see if there's anything that you can modify. And of course it's going to insist that I go to Pyro 5 to get another mission. Fortunately, that's very quick.
At least it's not like the for whatever reason the patrol missions, like 90% of the time you can't take another mission from where you did the previous mission.
Yeah.
At least bounties, it's mostly you can take a mission from those locations.
That
Turret
was
stuff.
weird. It dropped me out.
Pitch. I think I actually have to go into game settings for this.
Yeah, for sensitivity controls and the like.
This is
under
a section I've
controls, actually.
always just ignored because I never use turrets. Let's see here. Enable by default.
And speaking of the turrets, it's one of those things where I would never use my joystick to control the turret. It just would feel weird.
I have no idea what any of this means.
I left my repair tool on Gaslight, but if you wanted to do a little experiment with getting onto Gaslight, I could always drop you off there.
Yeah, well, I could get on like through the underside, like through the pad entrance,
yeah, I forget about
but I can't leave. It won't give me a vehicle at the ASOP either, and it won't give me
I
a
do
hangar.
recall that.
It's just I don't know. Maybe it works today. I don't know.
But that's another thing that we could always try doing in a dual cockpit ship or something like that. It's rapid fire some repairs.
Let's try not die, cause I think I might respawn in ArcCorp if I do. I can't remember if I reset my thing.
In the event of a catastrophic failure, we run.
I'll eject and wait for a pickup, cause I don't want to have to fly the way back. I will if I have to though.
I can do that. I've got a TAC and an Asgard on standby, so.
Turret, look ahead. Turret, strength, forward vector. I don't know what to change, if anything, here, honestly.
Okay, we have
It's
arrived.
there's no pip, like.
Oh, outside of the menu system there, scroll through the from like scanning, go to configuration, go to gunnery, and then all this stuff like show lag pips and wow, even mine wasn't showing lag pips on precision lines. I love those as well. You know, the funny thing is fade pips are probably the better thing, but they're just so hard to get used to.
Okay, I see here.
You know, funny, I have coupled mode on, cruise mode off, gravity compensation on, but otherwise enable auto slowdown off, G-safe off. You always want to
Oh, you might
boost
be right.
disables G-safe. And
I
space
think-
brake enables boost, yeah.
Haywood says I might push G.
Oh!
Yeah, I did. That's why I was like, I'm moving, but then the guns are moving. I was, he's right. I pushed G.
I was flying in that Guardian MX and I hit G, and it was really weird because I was like, well, I can kind of keep the guns trained on the target better, but I'm not maneuvering enough to stay safe.
I've tried gimbal in this game. I've never liked it, so I've just never used it. But
I have bad luck in these. When there's this big gap there, I end up not finding the target sometimes, so we'll see. Well, we got one contact. And good. Okay.
oh, it's nice too, cause when you lock on a target, like I'm locked on it too.
Oh, is it? It's actually behind us. All right. Ooh. Ah, okay. This should actually be a good target for us because it's slightly larger. Oh. I did that. I changed that setting in gunnery, and now it's functioning like the whole lag pip thing where it's on the wrong side. So I'll do my best.
This is it's not bad for me either, because there's a bit of a snapping actually that happens. Like once you get close, it kind of snaps, which you don't get that as a pilot.
Nice. Oh, we're close. Ah. See, I love that you can actually shoot straight in front. There's several ships that I just don't even touch because, well, you can kind of shoot forward, but not all the way.
Yeah, like the Corsairs like that too.
Yeah.
The big side turrets are great for side targets.
I should force myself to get rid of or get used to those lag pips, but I'm not going to for today.
Yeah, I've done that before too, and it's like, yeah, I can't do this. So I went back to the old pips. But those lag pips are better because it actually
You basically can line it up with the ship where you want to hit on the ship.
yeah, so you can sub-target way better with it. But then also, if with attritions, the shot speed is just so bad that if you're more than 1.5 kilometers away, the pip is just not accurate. It just isn't.
Yeah, true.
So you have to like you have to kind of guess anyway. So you might like I've always just been like, man, I want to learn to use that other. It's more of a manual lag pip, isn't it?
I can't recall on that. Yeah.
Yeah, I tried it once. I just couldn't do it. Couldn't get used to it.
So I also have the 111K mission. We could try that, but they're almost always big ships, so the likelihood of us exploding goes up very, very fast. Yeah, I stick to these 86Ks because they're always pretty mild ships, so it's a quick in and out, and I'd rather that rather than a 5 to 10 minute struggle.
Yeah, no, let's not do any VHRTs.
Alright. Same as that one. Let's go through this gap. Yeah, this is a pretty fast ship in nav mode. 1359 meters a second.
That is really fast. Dang, look at this.
These ships tend to come at you with missiles anyway, so. Funny, it says target acquired, but not locked. Ooh! Oh, that was nice.
Missiles are great
Oh.
when they work out.
I love that when you, right after you get done with combat and you switch over into Quantum. Have you ever heard it sound like you're having transmission issues? It's got this.
Yeah.
I always thought that was such a funny sound. Like, okay, they had a mechanic or an engineer in their team who said, yeah, if you do that rough, it's gonna make some bad noises. Oh shoot! I haven't been sharing missions. I'm sorry about that.
I got the first one.
My bad. Let me get that. That is just, it does not occur to me. Okay, sharing that one. My bad.
No worries. I didn't realize either. I'm not here for the money.
Yeah,
or the,
neither am
I just see a red
I'm-
ship. I mean, whatever you target, I can see, so it doesn't matter for me. This is probably actually great for, like if new players want to get help in missions, but they want to keep all the money.
Mhm.
You just get like one of these ships as a new player, and then get some experience in the turret. Because then you could,
Yeah.
just you don't even you wouldn't need to share the missions with them. They
Yeah,
could give all the
yeah,
money
I can
back
see doing
after
that.
anyway, but still, it's just easier.
But yeah, I'm not exactly hurting for money. I'm sitting at 6.6, and I've
I don't
bought a
need
bunch
money
of stuff.
anymore. I don't really have any ships I want to buy, so it's like, yeah.
The one thing that I've thought about every now and again for ships was, well, if you can put a respawn, well, actually, you don't need it in some of those, but if there's a back cargo bay or something and say a caterpillar, you could actually throw a bunch of Furies inside there. However, I hate the Carrack, but I love the Carrack. I'd so rather have a Polaris.
I like the Carrack too. It's just not.
It's not practical. It
Yeah.
is big and slow and no weapons, yeah, it's just. I actually suppose it's not actually that slow.
I thought about buying a Carrack, and then I was like, I just get a C2 and a Medic Ursa,
Yeah,
which is,
inconvenient to set up, but works very effectively.
it's not that inconvenient. Just the Ursa you got to put on every time. Whoa. Yeah, this thing snaps. As long as you put the target in the circle, the pip snaps to it.
Tried my best not to joust, but also to not let him get away, because that's when.
But so you get these two different kinds of targets. So these Warden ships, what is this, a Sentinel? They always super slow, like super slow circles. But then the other ships are fast jousting you. So you can't. You either fly one way or the other. But either way you fly, you're gonna get hit hard. It's always
Well,
a struggle.
fortunately, I'm so familiar with some of these dodging and just flying evasive. What would the crazy person say? Carathrace is my spirit animal, something like that. All right, and before we jump there, I'm sharing that. There we go.
When you're so close to the attritions, they look like size 4s.
Yeah.
Because they're right next to your face in the turret.
Oh, you're having that. I've never been in a turret, but it's the whole when things appear and disappear on the HUD for Quantum.
Yeah, it's just because it goes out of nav mode. It also automatically looks back when you jump.
Huh.
I think. Yeah, I can't look forward.
The engineer who designed this probably said, well, it's a drag issue and the military would force it. You know,
Oh, there it
hit Mach
goes.
2 and it has to look back.
There we go. Now I'm looking forward. It just takes a little while to move it over. I was looking at the Perseus ship today, and I realized that thing is just a destroyer. It's just a it's just a Navy destroyer with rocket thrusters on it.
Yep, and the deterrent from trolls using it is that you actually have to have someone with you to man the gun because you don't
the front?
have that option.
Yeah, that's good.
One target. Neutralize. Is our target.
Another warden or
We
a
got
sentinel.
another target nearby as well. Let me check. Oop. Got it. Okay. We're good.
There's a scythe over there.
Yep. Damn, that was pretty good. Oop.
That's the scythe.
Shields are still at like 80. Excellent. Now the question is the scythe still on us? Because that's not something I want to mess with unless... Yeah, it looks like it's stationary.
Yeah. It's great that, I mean, it's obviously a bug that they all just stop, but it really works in our favor.
Yeah, I'm not gonna complain too hard about that.
Not complaining, yeah. It's like the other day when I did, I don't even know how many VHRTs I did, but I made 2 mil in 1 hour. And it's like, couldn't have done that if all the, if that bug wasn't active right now.
Yeah. Alright, up to the next. Looks like we still have about 75% of our fuel, so we are good to just chain these. Unfortunately, we're getting the ones where we're having to travel 8.5 GM away, but you get them now and again where it just is like, oh, 400 million miles away. Or whatever that MM means.
I have no idea what it is. It could mean anything. Maybe it's megameters.
Yeah.
Is that a thing? What's after kilometers? Meg.
Not sure.
I don't know. Because isn't like space distances scaled in something else? Like not kilometers? I don't know.
Yeah, it's like the whole nautical sea knots and what I don't remember the other term. Saw a short of one of the other Star Citizen players flying this thing down into the atmosphere, and this thing just lights up on fire because it's
Oh, I
got
bet.
so much surface area.
And it's fast. The faster you
Yeah.
go, like the more stuff there is. More plasma. I hope they refine that more. Nice. I can go in and out real quick.
Targets on there. Oh, a hawk. Nice. Still have a soft spot for that one just because 6 guns.
It's a good
cheap.
ship. It's a really good ship.
I actually started. I didn't know about the whole. I don't know, what do they call it? It's the loaner ship, the in lieu of. And so I had a Buccaneer for a while, and I was like, wow, this is such a good ship. But yes, it is a glass cannon.
Yeah.
And the Hawk, you've got just that much more maneuverability that you can keep up with an arrow in most places a player would meet you, but... Okay.
What's the Hawk like when it loses pieces, though?
It
Like, it's
negligible.
fine?
And when you finally lose half of your ship, then it's like, well, I can limp this back to base.
Okay, so it's not too bad.
Yeah, I've literally lost half the ship, and I was still able to land. Gonna fly past these guys, because he's probably over here. Yep. Oh, this is one of the more stealthy ships.
I like how it's kind of I actually prefer not a separate turret. For instance, like if I was in a separate turret and you locked on a ship, it probably wouldn't lock on that ship for me also. I don't think.
Okay, that's actually a really cool feature.
Because we're in the same cockpit, you know what I mean? So that's not different separate targets necessarily. Unless...
Nice.
No, that was in. I thought for a second maybe I was shooting a different target, but it wasn't.
Now, interesting thing, if I do the landing gear, it should restrict your motion. And, I mean, yes, we got a really low profile now, but it basically gets in the way of control.
Let's see.
At least that's how it was when I was docked.
Not too bad, actually.
Open them back up, and before we're too far away, I'm accepting the mission. Yes. Did it.
Like you can point further like down behind you when they're open. But then I guess you could actually point better on the sides when they're closed.
Okay, good to know.
I'm usually shooting at what you're shooting at though, so it hasn't been an issue.
Yep. No, and that's one of those things where I've looked at how this works, and it's like, well, I already fly in a way where a Top Gunner would have an easy time, so yeah. No, this is working out pretty well.
Yeah. I just realized there's 8 size 3s. I thought it was 6 size 3s. Man.
If CIG ever lets us jerry rig the gunner to fire forward for the pilot, this will do something like 62k damage.
I think
in burst, anyway.
The last Star Citizen Live they did this week, they talked about AI turrets.
Ooh. Yeah,
I don't. It's an actual ball turret that's AI, so not like you're not gonna be able to keep this. Like, you probably, what I'm thinking they're gonna do is like you can put an AI turret that has like 2 size 3s on this thing, kind of deal, and will shoot with you at your targets. That's what I'm thinking they're gonna do. There's no ways they just give you here's 8 size 3s. I don't think they're gonna do that.
Yeah, no, that will be
unfortunately. Yeah.
Let's see, this is one. I always stick to cross-section missiles. Apparently EM ones work pretty well too, though.
I find the EM missiles lock on from further away, but aren't as accurate. Is that a scythe? Oh boy. The scythes pack a punch and they're super maneuverable. Whatever that cannon thing is they use takes your shields down so quick.
Well, thank goodness they're shooting lasers, so at least it's not hitting the hole right away. It's a lopsided ship.
Yeah, it's also if you shoot it like in the center, I feel like its center mass is like not part of the ship.
Interesting. It gave me a warning about the power plant disruption. So yeah, they were using disruption weapons there.
Yeah, that weird white distortion thing when it hits you. Whenever I'm flying my Hornet, the scythes always give me a hard time.
Ah, nice. One that's just 2.4 away. It's funny, I have to every now and again remind myself that no, I'm talking live. There is no delay. I'm so used to going.
Oh, like
"Alright, well,
waiting for a reply?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just hit 75% fuel. All right. Yeah, this thing has 1.79 M on the fuel, so definitely bigger than most fighters. I think the Guardian MX had the same amount.
Did you put a Colossus on this thing?
I should have. I still have the Vulcan, so it's not the fastest, but it's the most fuel efficient. Because yeah, the Colossus was like an extra 30% or 40% faster, and only loses like 20% fuel efficiency. That's just off the top of my head. I can't guarantee that's exact, but it was worth it.
Let's see something.
Shields damaged.
That's weird. So I accepted this mission, but it didn't accept.
Oh, that was weird.
He
Physically jumped.
yeah, he whatever.
That looked like a weird, messed up Picard maneuver. Because he curved, even. Alright.
Those ships fly really weirdly.
Sharing next. Ah, excellent. This one's only 844 mm.
I'm gonna
The way
check
it's
just to make sure.
Sometimes when I do that,
It's accepted.
and then I see rocks flying right past me, I was like, well, I got lucky there. I almost aimed bad.
Is now on.
Yeah, I got rules. You don't fly. No decoupled in asteroid field.
Yeah, I've had a bad time with that myself.
There's a few times that it was on without me realizing it was on, and I just happened to get away with it. But the drifting is
The
kills
one
you.
exception to that is if you know that the target is too big and you need to drag them away from everything. I have managed to pull that off, but it is not easy.
Yeah.
Oh.
Shields are off.
I want to get better at convincing targets to hit asteroids.
It's always funny when it happens. Yep.
It's great. Especially because they'll like put their shields down to come to you.
Yep.
Sometimes, if you can somehow, I don't know.
I hate going near these engagement zones, but
Yeah, because there's so many ships that are not your target. And the turrets. Some of these places have turrets.
pops up, we'll jump. Ah, here we go. Oh, just an arrow.
Just an
This
arrow.
will be quick. I mean, they're great, but unless it outmaneuvers me, it's not gonna survive very long.
I just don't like arrows because they got those two ballistic guns that do damage through your shield.
Someone keeps trying to lock. Oh, that's a lot. All right, stop
Missiles. Oh, I heard him. I heard him go past. The arrow's also just so small. Any tiny movement and that's it. You're not hitting him. You gotta like wait. Right there. Ah.
It's so red. Yes, excellent. Checking behind us. Yeah, I think we're good. Yeah, my general rule when I'm escaping an area is do a quick scan. Does anything show up in front? Nope. Okay, well then just quantum and go. Alright. Yep.
I think if they add the AI turrets into the game, you're gonna get people flying a lot different kind of ships.
Oh, yeah, no, that's a good point.
Like as a solo player, I've never once thought about buying a hammerhead. Not even kind
Oh,
of.
no, not at all.
But if I could put 6 AI turrets on that thing, and just go mob around, I don't know. I might buy one. A retaliator. I'd probably get a retaliator if I could get AI turrets.
Apparently the retaliators are like flying a brick.
Yeah, no, it
considering their
is.
size.
It is,
but
100%.
I do believe they're fast, though, aren't they?
They're fast, they don't turn. They really don't. But they have really good VTOL, actually, up thrust.
Okay.
I bought one a while ago to use for the torpedoes.
I had actually considered getting one when I was first trying to see if their hauling in Pyro was worth anything, which, as far as I know, it's not. But I was like, well, but I need a ship that's strong and no one wants to mess with. Because those initial missions where it's the, oh, we need someone who can haul in Pyro. Well, those areas were being just absolutely mobbed. So that's one of the only times you're going to get shot at or killed in Pyro.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I got jumped. I was in an A2 and I got jumped by a Gladius yesterday. And it's like, well, not yesterday, the day before. And it's like, really, dude? Like I didn't even think anything of it. I just threw myself into nav mode. I didn't even have boost to get away. I just knew, like, it's going to take him probably a minute and a half to get through my hull. So I was like, I'm just going to throw my shields down and fly away from you. And I did. But he had to follow me.
Yeah. I'm not gonna say he was a stream sniper. It looked a lot like what I've done.
It's
to some
typical
people
stream
with-
sniper activity, though.
Yeah, it's the
Like-
whole, oh, I'm watching you, and it's like, yeah, you should respect the person you're watching because they're worried.
I don't worry about stream snipers. If someone's gonna go out of their way to come find me in my stream and kill me, I think it's worse if you're like a PvP player, and then someone stream snipes you. It's like maybe different. But I just don't. I don't know.
If
I
find
don't
him on
care
this
that much.
path, then we'll just jump to another one.
I've had a lot of dudes like they like come after you and they kill you, and it's like, okay, that's fine. Like I don't have to go back and find the guy and kill him back or anything. You know, I don't care. Yeah, sometimes it takes a while for them to spawn in.
Yeah, the only other thing that we can do is this one is looking at me, so it's, well, maybe that's the backside of it. Yeah, that's the backside of it. It's about the only thing we can do is go up close to this one, see if the other one shows up, and if not, we'll just jump away. There's another trail. Yep. They're
Those two
flying
were-
wing.
I think one of them was stealth.
Yeah, I was gonna say interesting. It's like the other was
Shields
flying in the other's shadow.
Oh wait.
Oop. Oh, okay.
That was
Well, I
something.
think I avoided one or most of them, but
I think your shields took most of that. I think.
yeah, I only see a very mild thing around my nose, which of course is one of the worst things to hit, but the fact that it's one of these explains exactly why it was.
Because there's a size
Hard to
3s,
find.
right?
Yep. There we go. It's not
I also
moving.
found
We're
out
good.
if you start shooting those ships again, then they reactivate.
I think I've seen that happen at least once, but most of the time I just blow it up and it dies. But
I mean the friend ships. Like the ships that stop moving.
Mhm.
If you start shooting them after they stop moving, they start moving again.
okay, good to know. As I said there, I have had that happen once, but most of the time I blow them up before anything happens. So. We'll be out in just a second here. Funny, I learned in retrospect while I was earning rep in Stanton that you can chain those missions so fast that it's kind of comparable, but it's always these tiny ships, and it's not that satisfying.
Yeah. It also depends where you are in Stanton. Unless they've moved all the no, they haven't. So, like it sends you to bounties in atmosphere a lot if you're at like Microtech
Yep.
and stuff. And those are never quick. But a Crusader's great.
Oh,
Oh,
multiple missiles. Oh, okay.
It's a
So after
blade.
this, we're going back to port just because we took some somewhat serious damage. And this this thing is guaranteed to be firing bullets. There we go.
Whoa.
Checking behind. Yep, we're good.
It's got a little red. Just a little.
We're so close to Gaslight anyway that...
Wait, when you fold your wings, you can still use your guns?
You're not supposed to be able to. Let me test that real quick. Okay, they fixed that. So I can't. But if you can, that makes
Yeah,
sense to
I still
me.
can.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, apparently there was a bug that let you do that, and even the AI was doing it regularly.
Yeah, no, because I was gonna say I've fought AI Scorpiuses, and their wings were back shooting me, like not the turret gunner.
Yeah. So irritating. It makes them so much harder to actually hit.
Yeah, so that's good they fixed that.
Got a slight drift in my flight.
Yeah, your bottom engine, bottom left engine's a little red too.
Rather than take the risk, I am turning off quantum a little early there. I usually come in from the side where it's like, oh, I can just drift past it. It's amongst the other reasons why I never get attacked in this system is because I usually dock so fast that it's like, well, you don't have time to attack me.
I always find it funny when they chase, but like, you're in nav mode, I'm in nav mode. You can't touch me. Like, why are you chasing me? Like, they're gonna wait for you to get out of nav mode. Okay, I'm gonna run inside real quick. Let me just drop out of nav mode so you can shoot me real quick. It's just so stupid. I'm gonna jump out real quick and go to my respawn here.
Okay. Oof. If you're out, I'm gonna reposition the ship. This is bad landing.
I just climbed to the wing. Oh, my home. I got exiled from Gaslight Station. I littered too much. Exiled me.
It's actually kind of funny. I go out of my way to throw stuff in the trash can, and there's no good reason for it other than it just looks better.
I've said they should have made trash cans like the big black ones that are like, you know, because you like, it's like a little mini game trying to throw your trash in the garbage.
About a year ago, I seem to recall watching some players literally throwing cans to try and get them in the trash can on a station in Stanton. It was actually kind of funny.
Yeah. I've caught someone cleaning up around the old burrito place. Literally like walking around picking stuff up, putting it in the trash can. My initial thought was,
every now and again, I'm guilty
I was
of
like, oh, that must be a girl. And I was like, just because I have like this preconceived notion that girls clean. But
Yeah,
I've
no,
done it
for me,
I've done it myself, so it's like, yeah, who knows?
Yeah. It's more like, my goodness, you're just that lazy that you set it down there. Like, if you're hitting the drop thing because of a bug, I don't care, that's fine.
Okay, I'm respawn set. So if we do die, it's fine. I'll be still in Pyro.
Okay. I just found out that the cargo center here sells the Lux.
The what?
The Cruise Lux.
Oh,
I
Really?
have no idea. Yeah.
the yellow ones, right?
Yeah, yellow greenish, whatever.
So you don't have to drink freaking pea water?
Yeah, and so the funny thing when it comes to all of that is I basically saw that and was like, well, wait, I've been traveling back to Stanton to bring these back. In like clusters
wow.
of 50.
Yeah.
Yeah, so now I feel stupid for that.
I just love flasks. I don't have to eat much anymore.
No, fair
Kinda
enough.
handy.
I do a lot of combat missions where it's like, well, I only need a little bit of food because sooner or later I'm gonna blow up. I respawned the ship real quick. If you want to actually test spawning a ship or taking mine out and then back in again or something, and just see if maybe that fixes your issue there, that might
Oh,
be
yeah,
a
yeah,
good
yeah.
idea.
I'll see if I can spawn Ace up ship. Just gotta eat some watermelon first.
But yeah, no, it's something where at the very least, jump into my ship. I'm not actually leaving or anything, but jump into my ship, see if it will let you leave, and then come back. I almost can't help but wonder if that glitch that you're dealing with might have been related to the time where you tried to, or where we were using the tack.
I think it also might be I've been logging out in the bed and then back in the bed and then going to a station, and it's like no. But then I keep doing it, but it's just only Gaslight now that keeps not letting me. Let's see.
Yep. And I seem to recall that, yeah, when we had our interaction, it was on Gaslight. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick and top off a drink.
Alright. Yeah, it's like, nope, you just ate too much watermelon, you can't have a ship. It's like, well, fine.
My ship is spawned, so if you go to my hangar, you can also try getting in there and see if it will let you leave and then just redock. If not, we can always figure something out.
This is my house, and they won't let me live here. Can you imagine? Yeah, they totally they totally just got rid of the ship. Wait, it doesn't let you. No, it doesn't. By the looks of it, you can actually pull up a ship in a friend's hangar. Just not at this station, for me. I've never actually looked back here. What a mess. What a mess.
Not quite. Oop.
Yeah, so I got to your hangar and they took the ship down.
I was
They
gonna
took the ship
say,
away.
Did it just disappear, or did it?
I think it disappeared, but I heard the thing doing its thing. So I'll come back to the lobby so you can spawn it again.
Just hit store. Just hit retrieve again. So it should be back there. And I'm gonna go do the other thing real quick. So I've got these Corsair headphones and they're wireless, so I can literally walk away from my computer
Nice.
and be all throughout the house. And you flip the mic up and it mutes, so I can literally go take a bathroom break and still hear everything.
Until until the mic stops working one day.
I'm very careful about that.
Because one day you know it's gonna happen.
Yeah, I mean, it
Eventually.
happened to Vivek Ramaswamy when they were on that X call with
yeah.
Alex Jones. That was pretty funny.
He played it off pretty good though, actually.
Yeah.
Okay, just get in the pilot seat and see if it'll open the door for me.
Yeah, if anything, I'd actually say that the attempt to dock or, anything leave the station in the TAC probably triggered this problem. And I figure, try it again. Maybe it undoes it.
I don't think it was that, because I used the station for like the first week or two of this patch and it was fine. And then the
okay.
day before, when was it? Monday? I think it might have been Monday. Or Tuesday. I don't know. One of the days earlier this week. It was just like, yeah, no, you can't live here anymore. But also right now, it's like, no, you can't open the door. It's like, fine. It's so weird.
Well, worth testing. Always remember, while we are kind of unpaid beta testers,
We're
it's like,
intern
well,
testers.
we want to.
We're intern testers. We don't get paid.
Yeah.
We pay them to intern.
Well, but to be fair, it wouldn't be happening if we were not, if it wasn't such a good game when it actually works right.
Yeah, I've seen people spend 8 hours trying to play the game to do something that isn't working, and it's like, why are you doing that? It's like, man, I just love the game so much. It's like, yeah, they got you. They got you.
So the funny thing, and I've seen images and I've seen stuff that says someone in the devs actually knows about this or is kind of referencing. There was a game, Anarchy Online. It was so buggy and glitchy initially, I couldn't even play it for a while. But it was so much potential. It was like a post EverQuest new MMO thing, and yeah, while people were playing Deus Ex and what is it, Morrowind, I was playing that game. And you just kind of got used to the fact that, yeah, things would glitch out sometimes.
Yeah, once you learn the bugs and stuff, you can figure it out pretty good.
Yeah.
Figure out either how to avoid them if they're not fixable, or how to fix them.
Real quick, if you want to go try doing a repair real quick, that would probably be an interesting thing to do, and then we can resume bounties if you want.
You mean in your ship?
Yeah, because it's something where we can just run down there, run through everything at one outpost, and then go from there.
Oh, you mean a repair mission?
Yeah, yep.
Yeah, we could do a repair mission.
I suppose I need to real quick, actually...
Get your helmet on. There we go.
Back on. I need to pull out and switch this from the tractor.
I still have the fix tool on mine. I just don't have any actually, what do I have here? I don't even know what I have here. I bought a bunch of stuff here where I can't use it.
I swap back and forth between the tractor beam and the salvage. I always keep the healing one just because obviously you never know when an elevator is going to be angry at you. Oh.
Where did they put the fuses? Where do you find those?
I go to other.
Oh, it's an other. I do have fuses. I'll bring up a couple.
I do also have about 70 sitting, and
I just bought 6.
right now.
I just I don't have many, but I could probably do one mission worth of.
I can always drop fuses as well. Also, interesting thing, when I had a bad time on a mission, I ended up picking up this little red custodian. I was like, okay, that's kind of cool. It's also got a downrange sight.
Yeah, I found guns with lasers on them before, but I've never seen lasers for sale in a store.
Welcome to Roman Space Industries. Enjoy the ride. System check.
Alright, hop in.
Alright. I'm in the gunner whenever.
I have no idea if it would try to put me in the wrong seat, but I am definitely being careful about that. And okay, I'm up and in.
Shields are on. Welcome to Roman Space.
I of course have my 3 switches, like Walsh in Firefly 1, 2, 3. I ship on, docking request, and engines on. Alright, so let's just go to Pyro 4, although if... So I'm setting course for 4, but I'm going to real quick use a little application online to see if the sun is actually up where we're looking to go. If not, we'll go to Monarchs.
I've always just
Time.
assumed the daylight cycle is 2 hours, but that's only because Microtech is 2 hours. But then I just extrapolated that to all the other bodies in the system.
It varies, because some are like 2 hours, some are 4 hours. Currently, Chawala's beach is at about 10 p.m., so...
That's nighttime, because it's on like the upper side of the planet, so its days are shorter even in the summer, kind of, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Sunset Mesa. Oh, that's about 4 p.m. Alright, so I guess we will redirect from Pyro 5 to Monarchs real quick. Alright. Quickly here. Yeah, no, the only reason why I don't have much issue with the map in-game is because I almost exclusively use the search feature. If it weren't
Yeah,
for
I've
that, it
started
would just
typing
be a
in
pain.
there way more.
Looks like I'm just going to use Pyro 4 as a jump off point here to redirect. Drop. Oh. Okay, that was weird. It did it for me. I have had that happen twice on this ship.
It just randomly drops you out.
Yeah, I had this issue with the joystick that I was using. It was the HOTAS X56 Rhino. Yeah, there was something defective, and I actually had to return it because it was ejecting me from my ship.
Yeah, so it was basically like on,
Yeah,
like it
something
was the
like
button
a
was
keys-
perma pushed.
Yeah, it was randomly hitting keys, and I was like, no, that's just not acceptable. That's,
Yeah. Yeah, when I get sticks, it's gonna take a lot for me to do it, cause I'm like super specific with what I want,
yeah.
and I know the problems like sticks are prone to, and it's hard to find sticks that are gonna do everything that I want. Like they gotta be stiff. Stiffness helps with drift, but if you
Yep.
loosen it, then they drift. So it
It's
almost
funny, the X56 has these stronger springs that you can add in, but the X52 does not. However, the internet fixed this issue by 3D printing some inserts that will compress the spring more.
yeah.
And I have it, and of course I do have a 3D printer, and I was like, oh, I could have just downloaded that design and had it print. Whatever.
Yeah. It's It's just the sticks. Like you kind of have to get expensive ones
Yep.
to get good. Like, cause else you're just left with plastic that stick drifts after 3 months. Really.
So while the X52 is kind of got a lot of plastic, and I have done repair jobs like opening it up, going and fixing a solder joint.
But it's also
they're
what kind of
pretty solid.
plastic? Cause you got some nice plastic, but also some like cheap plastic.
It's never flexed on me. It's always been solid. The
Yeah.
one thing to note is if you look at these joysticks, the X56 it looks like it's more designed for like an industrial or a tank. Like if you were using a joystick to drive a tank because of how the throttle, the forward back is. If you look at the X52, aside from its visual design, which is kind of a way to see that, oh, they intended this for space flight because it looks sci-fi.
I see. It's not
the-
like it's not meant for like flight sim or whatever. It's more.
Yeah, I mean,
More
you
fictional.
definitely can use it for that. but
Obviously, yeah.
It's something where the throttle on the left hand, there's a spot where your index finger is clearly intended to just rest, and it's a little hat switch. And it's a very precise one. So, as we've been doing combat, I am constantly doing lateral thrust to make sure you're still able to see the target. If I didn't have that hat switch, or if I tried it on the X56, their hat switches are so wobbly, I would be moving the wrong direction while trying to get us going up.
I see, because it's directional.
So-
A directional switch.
Yeah. Yep. So it's something where, unless you're doing dual sticks, I would just stick with an X52. In fact, I would even say, consider even an eBay X52 because they're pretty solid. I mean, I even have a spare.
That might be a good idea. Just buy some like cheap secondhand ones. That way, if they break or don't work, it's fine. They were cheap and
Yeah.
secondhand.
I actually have more than one X52 specifically because if something goes wrong, I can just scrap one for the other.
Yeah, I still don't know what kind I would like either. If I want like a throttle one with a single stick, or like the handlebar ones. I don't want the handlebar ones. I just
You
decided.
don't want the handlebar ones.
No, I don't want those.
If you're exclusively flying a large cargo ship or a C2 or something like that, it might make sense, but in the end, it still doesn't make sense. Okay, so we are above Sunset Mesa at sunset, and let us get a maintenance mission.
I don't even know what you'd use the other handlebar for. Like, I understand one handlebar, but both?
Closest thing I could think is
I
if
don't
you
get
don't
it.
have any other extra buttons, you'd put some of like the hailing options or something on there.
Well, it's more like the twist and the movement. Like, why would I need two sticks that... I don't know. I've never used them, so I don't exactly know how they work, but...
Oh, so the typical thing with that is that the left one handles your either forward and lateral or basically what I use the hat switch for. That would be my left stick.
I wouldn't even mind just buttons, though, for, like, lateral thrust. Like, two buttons, one
Yeah,
goes up,
no.
one goes down.
I mean, the hat switch basically is buttons because there's no analog aspect. I actually have found that if it divides the difference when it goes, oh, you didn't hit fully up or fully left, so let's do between, that actually ends up causing me to crash. Well, it's darker than I
see.
would have liked, but it's Monarch, so it shouldn't be too big of a deal. The sky here is bright.
Yeah, the sun's still hitting the clouds. That depends how far away from the equator it is.
True.
also. I came here yesterday and I got a similar shot.
Come on, show me the repair stuff. Yes, it's not bugged.
I did all my missions yesterday and I don't think any of them bugged. Maybe one did, I don't remember. I don't think so.
I am not familiar with landing in this ship. Okay, that was close. Hold on. Yeah. I typically like to be on the side with the ladder. Go. And adding all the pips to the shields. Leaving the system on. Turning the headlights off so that we're not super obvious. I played hundreds of hours in Sea of Thieves, and I am so familiar with stealth playing.
What do you mean by that? Self-claim.
Basically, there's this rule in the game where if you see a ship that is black, they don't want to be seen. They don't want to interact with you or fight you. We are just going and collecting treasure. And it's something where we will hide right next to rocks, right next to an island, and the whole goal is just, we don't want to be seen, we're hiding here. So if you come after us, we might be dangerous and we might be just running. So the community basically was like, yeah, you might be able to do something or deal with them, but they might actually just be a big waste of time, because I was an expert in evasion.
So they kind of see you, they kind of already know what's up, and they just leave you alone?
Oftentimes, yeah.
It's like, I don't want to chase that guy.
Yeah,
Find
I
another
made
target.
a crew of 3 Xbox players really angry because I had no treasure. I was piloting the medium-sized ship, which is supposed to have more than one player on it, and I was still outrunning them. When I got bored and they finally caught up to me, because I was like, yeah, let's see what happens here. Yeah, they were raging. It was funny. I got
There's no
fuses
loot
taken
here.
care of. You know what's
I don't
funny?
have
I
the,
never
I don't have the
looted
mission, I
any
just
of these.
realized.
Oh. Let me make sure that's in place. Hold on.
I was just running around looking for loot.
Share. I just hit share.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
I can see now.
Yeah, I shared it immediately, so you might have missed it. But yeah, I already took
Yeah, I
care of the
did.
fuses up top, and I'm pretty sure these are gonna be. One of these is outside. Ah, yes, this one's outside. I don't think I've ever seen this one work.
Yeah, fix the one
Oh,
on the
that was
roof.
fast. Yep, and that's actually, I always go to the roof first because more often than not, there's fuses up there.
If only there was loot. There's no loot here.
Every now and again, I have actually seen this door inside the ladder here will be open, and sometimes there's actually some loot up above the cargo, the where all the ships are, or sorry, the
Oh, okay.
vehicles, but it is locked. So I don't even know how that works. I just know I encountered it a few times.
Where's the ladder?
If you can't find it, you can always find one of the boxes nearby or something and do the jump off.
I'll just go to the ship, because I remember it was right in front of the ladder. There we go.
Yes, yep. I'd say the only inconvenience of this ship is just the amount of time it takes to get into the ship is like twice as long as just about every other fighter, or even some of the Guardian MX. Also kind of funny, while you like to wear clothing rather than just armor, I will go do these missions and I will have my helmet off because it's my character's getting fresh air.
You can breathe
Like
here on
me.
Monarchs?
Yeah, yep.
What about Pyro 4, do you know?
Pyro 4 as well, yes. And same
Okay.
with Bloom. Yep. Yeah.
Engines on.
And yep. Looks like you're on board, so we're
Yeah,
good.
I'm on board.
So typically... Ooh. Oh. I am flying backwards. That is a very bad my dumb. So high up, I'm gonna leave Atmo to drop down.
I see you've you got rid of the landing gear brake speed cap.
Yep. It is specifically the reason why I can't fly the Corsair. Because I more or less either refuse or forget to turn it off. So I always clip my wings or my landing gear.
Yeah, I still close my landing gear and I still can't fly the Corsair. It's I won't fly that thing until they put it in a large hangar.
Yes, I absolutely agree.
It's like, oh, you don't want to remodel it or change anything? Fine, just put it in a large hangar. It's done. It's fine. It's perfect.
Or just stop pretending it's the Millennium Falcon and just give us two sets of, two wings on each side. Because
That are the same.
Is just impractical.
It's so stupid because even like all the stuff on it only goes like halfway up the wing, and then the rest of the half is just there's no purpose, no need for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It sort of reminds me of the modern, which I don't even watch any of the new Star Wars stuff, but Star Wars always seemed to have designers for their ships that said, can we make it look dumber or less practical? Can we make it look like off kilter?
Yeah, no,
just
I agree with
to
that,
be
except Andor's ship. Andor's ship is freaking nice. I don't know who made that one or what kind of ship it is or whatever, but it's nice. It's really nice
Okay.
looking ship.
But
Other than that, though,
I've seen that
I couldn't
one
even
and said
remember
it's
any
not
of the
bad,
others.
but yeah.
Actually, Andor's ship looks a little like this, just in reverse, like if the cockpit was backwards. Because it has wings that fold forward or out sideways, kind of backwards. It's very similar actually to this ship.
Okay, so that actually sounds like they're still following their rule of, hey, let's be different, but at least if it's still good and functional and somewhat symmetrical, it's fine.
Yeah, at least make it look like it's supposed to work and look like a Star Wars ship.
Okay.
Why?
Do you see all the stuff? If not, I will make
Oh,
sure
I
to
didn't-
reshare
I
it as
didn't-
soon as I'm out.
Yeah, reshare. I was in I think that's why I missed them, because I was in third person,
Ah, okay, yep.
so I don't see the things.
Sharing.
That makes sense. Got it.
I accidentally hit F2 while I was sharing that, and it's something where no other game has all of this obscure, just middle of nowhere stuff, and yet you still have a map that shows you this little outpost.
Oh yeah, it probably has the I mean, that was the whole point, right? Of the update to the star map, so that you had location maps, not just the star map.
Mm.
Which is nice. I'd still fire that whole team though.
So I've managed to only have one time where a fuse went from green, well, never turned green and just disappeared. So it's
I've had that a couple times.
definitely improved.
It just disappears.
Yep. Which is part of the reason why it's like, no, you gotta carry 50.
Yeah. Whoa.
This one's, it's got the pipe that's up on the upper level of that exterior, so that's, I'm getting the one in the field. I don't know if you ever watched any of the stuff on how World of Warcraft and their devs worked, but after a while they started watching their streamers, and I think they started going, oh, that's a problem, we gotta fix that. So
Yeah.
right now the maintenance missions are working really, really nicely, and it makes me go, oh.
They maintain
This
them.
is- Yeah, well, and it's sort of the whole, when the devs see something not working, especially on a stream, they go, oh, we better do something about that.
Yeah, because the whole stream's showing it to the your fuck up to the whole world.
Yeah.
I do like, there's that one dude, he's goofy. People don't seem to like him. He's the mission design lead. He's like a younger kid. But you can tell he actually plays the game a lot. He's part of an org.
that's-
He watches Twitch a lot. You know, he's like maybe like a Gen Z kind of a early 20s. And you can tell he's tuned in to the issues and everything of the game. He doesn't really fit in with all the old guys around him.
Okay, yeah, no, that's reassuring.
That's why we're getting like decent missions. The last few patches, I believe it's all because of him. I'm not getting the. Oh, there. No, there it
Yeah,
is.
no, of course this ship, it basically, it can't let anyone else in until it closes the canopy.
Well, no, it's you got to be to at least for me to get in the gunner seat. You got to be so close for the F to get in the gunner seat pop up that the ladder comes down through you.
Yep.
So you have
I
yeah.
do run into that with the Hornet, where I'm
Yeah.
standing and it comes down on me.
The ladder comes out so far on the Hornet though, for no reason.
Yeah. Looks like this is another one that's further in the dark. However, as I said previously, it's like, well, but it's Monarchs. You can see how bright this sky is, and
It's also the ground. The ground is light
brightness of the
here,
Yes, exactly.
so it
yeah.
reflects up. Like there's some loud light bouncing around, and that's what you need.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Pyro 4 not so much, and Bloom is
Yeah.
it's darker in general on the ground. Plus,
It's because of the clouds.
There's so much mountain and clouds. Yeah.
The
Yep.
clouds really block the light. That's the problem on Pyro 4 too. If there's a cloud, like you go in the shadow of a cloud, you can't see nothing. It takes your eyes a little bit to like acclimate to that different lighting.
And the other issue you'll find on Bloom is just there's so many players there that it becomes tense at the very least.
Really?
Yeah, every time I've done a maintenance mission there, I find myself chaining just a few, and then I see someone or someone sees me, and it's like, don't cause trouble. There's no reason for it.
Like I don't mind if I get pirated, but when people just kill me to kill me, it's like, I don't like you.
Yeah.
Go play Call of Duty. Like go do the things that are made for you.
Yeah. I always said over the last 10 years or so, it's like, oh, do you play games? And if someone says Call of Duty or they say Madden, it's like, well, but okay, so you're not a gamer. You play that game. What else do you play? And they're like, no, that's all I play. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
If you at least
See, I've always
do
admitted to
something
not
else,
being much of a gamer because I like games. I just don't like a lot of games. I don't play a lot of stuff, honestly. I can count all the games I played on my fingers. On my 10 fingers. But like my friend group and stuff, they're like huge gamers, so I hear a lot about a lot of stuff through them. Let's see.
Let's see. Did
Why?
if you don't have it, I will reshare it as well.
Oh, yeah,
Looks like
reshare
it's, 2 pipes and 2 sets of fuses.
I keep going into third person so I don't see them.
Yeah, no, fair enough. You're presenting.
I'm not even thinking about that. It's like I like to look. I like to all. So most like I'm not a first person gamer kind of person. The only first person game I really ever played was Far Cry 4 and Elite Dangerous. Those are like pretty much my first person game experience right there. Other than this game, obviously, but all the other games I play.
Such a good game. Everyone talks about 3, and I'm just like, no, 4 was so good. And to be honest, some of it is because of the weird drug missions and other stuff where they said, let's make sure that the player is going, oh wow.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't play 3. I watched like the movie or whatever.
Okay, yep.
It has a good vibe and a good story, but I don't know. There's something about just the vibe of 4 with pagan men and the culture of like the country you're in and stuff. It all just, it's such a good setting and a vibe. It was good. I liked it. I liked the wingsuiting in it. That was my jam.
I love how Pagan Min is one of the only villains that I've seen where it was yeah, he's an ass and he's definitely doing some bad things, but I kind of get it. Because yeah, you see these ass backwards people who will, have this child god
Yeah.
thing, and then on top of that, the other side is oh well, we're just gonna sell drugs. It's like, yeah, no, I get it. There's no good answer for his situation.
It was a good
And
story.
it's made way worse by the fact that the people killed someone he loved. So it was like, yeah, I can't hate him. I kind of even like him, but I can't trust him. Okay, got the fuses. One
I'm inside doing
interesting
pipes.
thing that I should probably show you, and I hope they fixed it, is up where I am. There is this little hatch where you're supposed to be able to open the hatch and climb up, but you can't.
Is that where I got stuck that one day underneath a house, or whatever?
Oh, no, I know that little hole down there. I've actually been stuck in a similar spot like that, so it's very similar. If you... Let's see, where are you now?
Happy 4th of July, unknown entity. All you Americans having a birthday. There's nothing in this box.
Yeah, I saw the whole timetable on everything, and I was like, well, I wasn't really gonna go watch fireworks anyway. So.
Oh yeah,
not
there's
big
like
deal.
a whole freaking. I saw something like Trump's gonna sign a bill and have like F-22s and like B-2s fly over as he does it and stuff. It's like typical showman, like
Yep.
making a massive spectacle of a thing.
Well, and if you recall when they got upset about that military parade, they're like, "Oh, it's such a waste of taxpayer dollars," except it was all privately funded.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah, no, it basically was all like just volunteer funding. So, but yeah, before we take off, or sorry, right after we take
Coming
off
up
here,
there.
I'll just show you the oh.
I was downstairs. I had to come upstairs.
So if you're up here, and this is one of the nice things about the Guardian MX, the fact that it actually lets you get out of the seat and then go out the back. I have literally had to VTOL, well, not really VTOL, but I had to set my ship up because you cannot get up this ramp.
What was
And-
why? Let me guess, they didn't play the game, so they set up a ramp that
Yeah,
doesn't
more or
work.
less. They basically expected you to be able to get up this, which you can't. Like, by all means, try it. You can't get up
I mean,
there.
the only
So
way
what
you would
have to
expect
do-
is to like jump.
Yeah.
But that's it. That's the only way you're gonna get
Yeah.
up there.
What you end up having to do is, in a ship that's not a fighter, something that you can actually hop out of the cockpit and it's still going to stay where it is, where you left it. You then get out the back and then repair from there. And I do not trust it to, well, I don't trust that I'll be able to hop back in the ship, so I have to basically do it from whatever I'm standing on in the ship.
Yeah.
And it's just such a pain. I have not encountered that since 4.2, but if you ever do these and you see that upper area, if you spot it saying pipe up there, just abandon the mission unless you're in a moderate-sized
And a
ship,
ship that you can do it from the ship.
because you can't do it in what we're flying.
Oh, I want that outfit. Because I already have one of those. Oh well.
But yeah, you can see how I've chained these missions. It's like, yeah, it's really fast. It's like 45k a piece.
Yeah, I didn't. So I didn't know you
all
could take
super
multiple. Like I thought. Well, I still only have access to one at a time. Probably because of my rep, but
When you're in the rep, while you're doing it, but honestly, it's something where the next one up, like I can actually pull one of the 50k ones here, and you'll see that all it is just you're gonna use more fuses.
yeah, it's just more stuff.
So it's like, okay, it actually even tells you ahead of time, bring 6 fuses and a salvaging tool. So instead of like 2 pipes or 3 pipes, it's going to be 4, maybe 5 pipes and 2 sets of 3. Whereas every now and
Interesting.
again, the minor repairs, sometimes you'll have 2 sets of 3 fuses, but usually it's just 1. So you save time and money and everything. Now, if you want to go back to doing some bounty hunting, we can absolutely do that. If you want to see what it looks like on Bloom, we can also do that as well. Bloom is beautiful when it comes to doing the
Tons of-
contracting.
I got like half an hour before it's low fly time, so we go to Bloom.
Okay, I will.
I want to go low fly on Adir. I got there last night, and I left the ship in one fury, and it disappeared. I was just left standing there on the planet.
Double checking the timetable. I believe it's Shepherd's Rest where most of those are. Oh, it's 8 a.m. We'll be seeing sunrise. All right.
And then the second fury I came out in, it just desynced right away. So I never got to fly Adir, so I want to go do that.
Yeah,
later.
I saw that actually.
Oh, you saw it?
It's one of those things where even though
It's
I
never
was
happened to me ever.
I'm out for the night, I just left it going.
Landing gear ready.
Never had a ship just disappear like that before on me, ever. It was weird. And then I desynced right away. So I don't know if there was a problem there on that planet or what, but I want to go back because it looks nice. It looks like a mixture of Daymar and Ignis with good lighting.
Bloom sort of reminds me of I hate the movie Prometheus, but the way that they kind of showed it off as this beautiful but desolate place,
Want to drive?
I was like, oh yeah, Bloom is that's kind of how that is there. There's actually plants though, instead of just looking rugged. I feel like that movie tried to show northern Scotland and said, oh no, it's not that much different. It's like, yeah, no, but northern Scotland still at least has peat moss and stuff.
Yeah, I didn't like that movie that much. It was too weird.
It was watching people who were called scientists do things that
do
scientists
stupid-
would never do.
Bro, this is why I hate Jurassic Park. Hot take, I hate Jurassic Park. The first movies, they're terrible. Everyone always does the
I
wrong
agree.
thing. Always. And it's like, I'm sitting there like losing my mind. And it's like, people enjoy this? When I was a kid, I liked this. It's like,
Yeah.
I rewatch them
No,
now and it's like, I can't. They're so bad.
I've never liked Jurassic Park. the closest thing to ever liking Jurassic Park was just simply Chris Pratt.
I was
Like,
just
I
gonna
don't
say the only
think
one I
really-
liked was the one that had Chris Pratt with the Raptors that he
Yeah.
trained.
What,
That was
what was
cool.
it? What was it? There was the whole. Why are you doing this? I made a promise. To a dinosaur? Yeah. It's like, yeah, but that makes sense to me. They're part of your pack. It's something where it's like you make a promise to your dog. You're gonna do your best to not mess with that because
I think in
you
the
care.
second one I think it was the second one, or maybe it's the first one. Where's the one where the kid's lost or something, and so like the lady and her other husband or whatever get that guy from the first one to come like help them find their kid. The first thing they do in the land of plane, they get off, they start yelling and screaming, and it's like, I'm not gonna be able to watch this movie because these people are retards. And it's like written like that in a way, but it's like no one's that stupid. Going to an island full of dinosaurs, people are terrified. You know, they're in like fight or flight mode. They're not retardedly stupid, you know.
Yep.
But that's how they portrayed like half the people in those movies, and I can't watch those. There's a new one coming out. I was like, another one?
Yeah, of course.
And they flipped Chris Pratt to a lady. That's gonna be a female lead. It's like, that's not gonna help.
Yeah, no.
Unless she rides a raptor. It's like, you're gonna be ridiculous. It's like when Fast and Furious went to space. Everyone's complaining. I was like, those movies got like more and more ridiculous the more movies they made. It only makes sense to go to space.
Yeah. So, I know he's political, but there's the Tim Pool guy. He said, yeah, the only way that Fast and Furious is going to survive is if they hybridize to being a superhero franchise or mix it up with Transformers. I was like,
But that
that's
at least
so
makes
bad
sense.
That would make money.
At least that makes sense, where it's like Transformers are cars and Fast and
Yeah.
Furious is cars. So at least that mix could actually make sense.
All right, sharing a mission here, and
I don't mind Tim Pool because I like skateboarding a lot.
he's generally got some decent takes, and he understands sci-fi and pop culture stuff well enough where it's like, you know, back in the day it was the whole, oh yeah, no, the evil like Mr. Burns, and it's like in Tim's case it's like, oh yeah, no, it's like the Goa'uld from Stargate. They
Yeah.
did this. And it's like, yes, thank you. That helps a lot.
Yeah, I've seen a short of him making an analogy with the Star Trek lights. Like there are I don't know
four
what-
lights.
Yeah, 4 lights.
Yep.
I've seen him make that analogy before in a
Which
short.
that was there are 4 lights was basically just a modern sci-fi interpretation of the 2 + 2 can equal 5 from 1984.
Yeah, that shit drives me crazy. Where it's like, you can graduate by getting all the wrong answers as long as you showed them how you got the wrong answers. It's like, yeah, that's the world I want to live in. Man, this planet. Look at this planet.
Yeah, no, this is a beautiful planet. It looks rugged but survivable. It's also got one of the only stations, Obituary,
Yeah.
that is actually in pretty decent shape.
And I
although
like
the
how-
internals aren't so much.
I like how it's not too close to the planet. Like, you have to jump from Obituary to the planet. But like when you leave Obituary, you can see like the whole planet there. It's located in a good spot.
And the music is pretty nice.
I've never heard the music. I've always just had the game music off.
It sounds a little reminiscent of the that choir boy from Lord of the Rings.
Oh, okay. See, I'm just weird with in general because, for instance, Like, people found out I played Elite Dangerous on mute, and they were like, what's wrong with you? And it's like, one day the sound just went off, and I just left it off, and it was fine, so I never turned it back on. And they're
I'm
like...
abandoning that mission because that did not
Didn't
have
populate?
anything pop up to repair. Doing another one here.
My plan has always been when they bring in, like, base building or whatever, that I want my own island on Pyro 4, but then every time I come to this planet, it kind of makes me rethink that.
Well, doing it again, because that one also didn't populate. Well, we'll try a moderate.
Well, they just don't. It's racism. I'm telling you, it's racism.
And to quote Kirsha, it's a anime racism.
Man, the sky is so blue here. Damn.
So boosting there, I got to 352 meters a second. Yes, this one populated. Okay. Did I share this one? I am going
let
to,
me leave.
before we land, I am going to just make sure that it is shared. I love
Got
that
it.
you just say share. You don't actually have to say share to who.
Yeah, that is nice.
Ah, okay, so yes, this is a moderate one. So there is 5 pipes and 2 sets of fuses. Alright. Need to come in on... Oh, there's the ladder. Alright. Try not to hit that flag. I hit the flag.
I can't even see my flag. Oh, there's the flag.
Yep.
It is weird that there's only one ladder.
Yeah, I feel like in normal ship design you would put in 2, but I suppose if you're trying to be minimal, it does make sense. It's just,
Do both?
yeah.
Oh, it does open both cockpits.
Yep. If we were doing this in an Asgard or attack, we'd both be able to just get up. But let's just do this. Oh, that didn't work. Usually I can just sort of jump up there and it goes...
Oh, I got a different mission.
What? Oh, okay, hold on.
I don't know.
You might be tracking the last one.
Hold on, yeah, let me see. That's what's happening, I think. Yeah.
Also, the music on Monox is great.
Which? Oh wait, yeah, this one. The one I'm tracking.
It should be a moderate.
Yeah, yeah.
So a 50. So just
got it.
abandon the 45K one and then track the other one, because there are glitches when it comes to tracking.
They are?
Yeah, it likes to reset to the first one you accepted.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I used to have this problem with. I used to do the yellow level missions at Microtech in 4.0, and once you got, like, you would drop in, and then immediately you have to start fighting because you got to protect a ship, and there's a pretty hardcore timer. You got to do it within a certain time. So you drop in, and you got to start fighting right away. But every time I dropped in, it would switch to another mission.
Yep, exactly.
And it's like,
that's the glitch.
and then you got to, like, switch it back so you get the targets and stuff. It's, oh man.
And it is very location dependent. So it's something where you're tracking it while you're going there. The instant you drop out, it goes to tracking the other one.
Yeah. I've been using the same canister for so long.
Yeah, so every now and again you'll find like a downed ship. that
Just scrape
someone
it?
else was doing a repair, and you can just scrape it, and it takes very little time to scrape what you actually need to replace what you've already used. So I've done that a bunch. Even though there's no good reason to. I mean, it's like, yeah, I can just get another canister, but it was worth the experiment.
Yeah, I was trying to scrape my own ship the first day. Apparently you can't do that.
Ah, yeah, no, you can't. You can't do that.
I was just like, yeah, I'll just scrape a little off the wing. It's fine. And then it's like, no, you can't do that. It's like, fine.
One up top near this sort of window is sometimes harder to hit, but it's been working really smooth today, so... Looks like everything else is inside.
Alright, cool. I'm gonna be right back.
Yep.
Alright, I'm back. I need to fix my camera later.
Alright.
Wait.
Yeah, I'm away at the moment as well, but yep.
All good. Pilot.
Yeah, no, everything on Bloom looked pretty low-key. I didn't see anything, so I'm not terribly worried.
That's those small servers, bro. That's another reason it's great to join a small server. There's just less people.
Yep. Well, and oftentimes what you'll find is that on certain days, like, I mean, this being America Day, it's something where there's just fewer people.
Yeah, people busy. I think two of the people I have on my friends list, from what I can tell, they're in an org, and everyone in that org kind of just joins each other, and so they pass off the same server amongst them back and forth, but it becomes like old and less populated, so the only people really populating are the org and org friends kind of deal. And they tend to just do I don't know what they do, but I never come across them, and they always keep to themselves.
So that's
So-
actually, I had a friend who was doing Grand Theft Auto 5, and the game doesn't eject you when you're AFK. So they would just join, sit AFK for a few hours, come into it, and they're on a server with no one else to bother them or cause trouble.
Yeah, I used to have glitches that I would do to make that happen. You could join a session, and then you would change your LAN or your what was it called? Your NAT type. This was on this was on PS4, and if you changed your NAT type while you were in there, it would basically it wouldn't kick everyone else, but it would separate you from everyone else. So now you were in your own server. And no one else could join. Unless you invited
What do you want to do?
them.
One more maintenance or a bounty hunter, or
Whatever you
just
want.
need to be flown to where you need to pick up your low fly?
Oh yeah, where is it? Where I was. I don't remember the place ever. This place. I always have to look. Patch City.
City?
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, we got it. Yeah.
I never go there because it's really just there's no need to go there. There's nothing there, but
I forgot that even existed. Hey, oh well, that's
they let me
weird.
land
I
there.
actually
So.
literally clicked on that Rab Kilo
Yeah.
and somehow missed Patch City. Okay. Huh.
That's exactly what I did. I just hovered my thing so I could see what it was called.
Well, let's just do one more maintenance real quick. And so here's an extensive repair.
Okay.
I've got plenty of fuses, so we'll just do that, or at least I should still have plenty of fuses.
I still got 6 fuses.
And yeah, you haven't had to use any because I've gotten to all of them. I'm sharing the mission. And
When you shoot guys at these outposts, you obviously you don't get a bounty, right? Or a crime stat.
not as far as I know. I've never tried.
Because sometimes I see a dude and he's like, yeah, I want what he's wearing. So, I want it. Give it to me. But I've never
But I
really known
want it
what'll
more
happen.
than they do. No.
Man, there's a lot of markers.
And this is a wonderful example of why the extensive is not worth it, because it's only 58k instead of 45. Like, if you were gonna pay me 75k,
They got some weird
Yeah,
numbers. Like, the numbers are weird in this game. I'm gonna give you 36k. So just give me 35 or 40. Like, they always have weird numbers.
also my landings and just being as close as I am is sort of that Sea of Thieves. It's like, well, if I'm so close to the building that I'm
It's
not
running.
obvious on like half the angle, then yeah, great.
Is my dude gonna get out? There we go.
Double checking my fuses. Yeah, I still have 38 fuses, so yeah, we're definitely good. Looking at the landscape from this upper fuse here, it's just like, yeah, between the music and just how it looks, even though it's just sort of like desolate looking dirt, it's still beautiful.
I like the yellow parts of Bloom.
Ah, yep. I think those are the bits that actually have some plant growth.
Yeah, it's like grass and stuff. There's a lean thing here, but you
Yep.
can't lean. It won't let me lean.
You got time to lean, you got time to clean.
Well, it won't even let me lean, so I won't
Interesting,
clean.
because I've been able to lean on certain things, but
Fuse, pipes. Pipes are inside.
huh. It's fuses. Okay. It's like, unless you want to highlight some fuse repair, I'm just gonna do this one as well.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Where? Oh, here it is. Stairs to go inside.
Yep. Excuse me. I always position myself near the ladder so I don't have to go inside and go up the stairs, but once I'm up top, I love going down inside the stuff through here. This sort of building design always felt very Tatooine-like.
Yeah.
Which I recall you saying at one point.
Yeah. It's straight up like exactly the design of those buildings on that planet and that show.
Oh, I hate these top pipes. We'll do that in parallel. I'll get the other one. So in the main habitation area, or the communal area, there are these pipes on the upper level where they're just kind of difficult to hit quickly at the very least.
Some of these small boxes got 4 pages of loot in them.
Dang, yeah. So, and that is of course the weird thing where it's when I'm playing this game, I'm almost role-playing where it's like, well, I wouldn't just take that. Even though there's a good reason to just take that, because it's not like it's going to cause you issues. But, yeah, it's something where it just doesn't even occur to me to check it, and yeah, I saw there's a lot of good stuff in there.
Like, it's stealing. Like,
Yeah. It actually worked. The problem's gone. Like, that worked. That was not a, oh no, I gotta look around and I gotta do it again and again and again.
I feel like this server has a good server FPS too, but that's just how it feels. I don't know for sure.
Yeah, no, I haven't had any issue at all. Also, I have actually been recording on my side for a while, so if you need or want to have a secondary perspective, we can see about getting that sorted.
All right. Yeah, I haven't been recording anything today. Just hanging out. I actually have to stop recording freaking low flying because I have like a dozen videos I can make, and I just don't have the time to edit that I used to have.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Well, and by virtue of streaming, you're still recording. It's just not high enough quality that I'd want to edit.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, sometimes I'll clip something out of the stream if it's worth it, but I can record separately. I usually do. I've thought about recording more stuff, while I kind of tried it with the wait, I'm just gonna run away. I think I pushed the wrong button. I had to hold it down.
On
Gunner's seat. There we go.
well, in video recording,
yeah. So
I'm doing 1440 because I can get 120 FPS out of it.
Yeah.
But even with that, okay, so I don't typically do VTuber stuff, but the whole Gura Saba thing, I was like, oh, she's gonna do a karaoke thing, she never keeps those online afterwards. I better just leave it recording while I'm away. And
Yeah.
it was like a 35 gig file for
Yeah.
3 hours, which she only did 2, but I was gone.
Right.
And of course, then she leaves, or she actually leaves the video online. So it's like, okay, she's no longer part of a VTuber black company. So
Shields
Yeah, man. There's this one VTuber. Oh, what's his name now? I always call him the wrong name. No, I can't remember. I always call him Yellow Flash, but that's not who his name is.
oh no, that sounds familiar.
It starts with G. Those things, those robots. It's a Gundam. His name's It's a
Oh,
Gundam.
Yep.
Have you ever heard of?
Yeah,
He's one of the
he's done
funniest
some-
dudes I've ever listened to just talk, like, off the cuff. When he, like, goes on other shows and just talks. He's so funny. That dude just makes me laugh.
yeah, raised.
I'm flying to Badge City currently. Also, I found out about him. Well, I think I found out about him before, but the fact that he did some collabs with Kersha, which I
Right,
ran
that
into
makes
her
sense.
thanks to Fillion. What did you ever see that video on YouTube? It was the whole, this is the Alex Jones of VTubers, and the instant she started talking, I was like, okay, I love this person. This is amazing. And so, like, it's the chaotic, neutral, crazy that I always was growing up, and it's like, yes, absolutely, I love it. And now she's considered evil by the crazy left side, so it's like, yeah, no, it's proof you're good.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, if you're not evil to those crazies, then you're doing something wrong, probably.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I watch a show called Friday Night Tights once in a while. That's where I found both those people were on that show.
Nice.
I watched a weird one. Kesha was shaking a ketchup bottle and was making weird sounds.
No, desk ketchup. I have desk ketchup. And she shakes the bottle, and they're like, oh my god, that's what ketchup sounds like in a bottle.
Yeah, it sounds real
Like,
weird.
yeah, we all know how it sounds. So even if I don't go grab a ship or something and try to parallel low fly or anything with you, the statement I made previously about having someone up above
Yeah.
and giving you directions of, well, there's mountains over to the right, maybe go there. That might actually be fairly useful.
That is useful on Daymar, because with that, it depends where you are, honestly. Like Ignis, the mountains are so big that it's hard to figure out how to stay low on them. But then the mountains on, well, the flats are great on Ignis because there's so many gaps and stuff you can actually do on the flats. The flats on Daymar are just flats. It's just sand and there's just nothing. And so it's like, yeah, I need to figure out the right direction here.
When we
So,
also,
like, on-
just coming from Bloom, there's just so many clouds that if you even tried it, like, you'd be blinded in just out of nowhere. Because, shade, can't see it now.
Yeah, no. When I would, the first time I started low flying, I went to Bloom. I was going from Obituary to Bloom because it was the only planet that had a station right next to it. So I was like, oh, that's my spot. And I could not do it unless there was like the yellow parts, because there's the yellow parts and the rocks are a different color mostly, so you can see them. But then I always had to get a spot that was in the sunlight, because you go under a cloud and it's like I can't see anything. It's all gone. I have wanted to go back to Bloom to low fly, but
feel like you might have to go to the poles or something. And
I don't
then
know.
It's just always going to be shady.
It's also now the clouds are so dynamic, they move, so you can't even... It's always a
To be
different
fair,
random spot.
I was really irritated with like Area 18 and other stuff where it's like that same cloud is there.
It is the same freaking like cyclonic cloud or whatever,
Yeah.
and it just sits there. Yeah. It looks awesome the first time you were there.
Oh, do I have my lights? Nope, my lights off.
Oops.
System off.
Yep, hop out.
Shields.
Haven't been here in a while, so I will definitely take a look around to see if there's anything, but it does sound like there's nothing of import here.
Nah, actually, I bought a Colossus here. They sell those. They sell electricians here too, actually. I don't remember the sizes, but there are more sizes. It's just like Gaslight Station, basically.
Okay.
So
Yeah, well, and it looked
you're not
like
gonna see anything.
That was part of the reason why I was like, well, are you not here? Yeah.
It's just way more dirty outside.
Hmm.
Like there's space junk and stuff all around this station.
I think they might have actually fixed the fuel issue, but I still just don't trust that there is fuel after I refuel it.
Yeah, I haven't had that many problems, but then again, I don't refuel my ships all that much, so I don't have experience with the refuel bug.
Let's see how it looks, but yeah, I'll just grab some water.
Hercules. I should still have the one ship on it. Oh, really? It's not letting me call my ship. Maybe? It's trying. Yes, it let me. It just took longer.
Oh, yep. So there was this back and forth in the chat a couple days ago where someone was insisting that they offload lag issues or just inquiries from other servers that are full. And I was like, that kind of makes sense that it might be the case, but that seems like it would add so much more lag everywhere.
Sometimes it's hard to know what they're actually doing in the back end.
Yeah.
And how they mitigate certain things, because I mean it's free fly, and so I was like, you don't expect them to up the servers to 650 during free fly. It doesn't make any sense. You know, you want the new players to have the best experience possible, and they up the server count, and it's like, what are you guys doing?
Yeah.
Why'd you do that? You can't be trying to stress test servers during free fly. That doesn't make sense. So I don't know what they do sometimes. Okay, it says my ship is here, but it's not. What is happening?
Real quick, I'm going to link that time website. It's set to Shepherd's Rest, but I have found that is very useful to go, oh, well, can I still see anything there? And go,
Yeah.
oh no, I don't want to go to that planet.
Yeah, I'm gonna use that in Stanton a lot. Anytime I go anywhere in Stanton, it's dark side of the freaking place. Every single time. Like it knows.
I was actually on, what is it, Microtech, and I was leaving the planet, and finally I see it with light.
Sometimes I'll take missions Like, I'll take a mission, see it's on the dark side, take another mission that's like in space or on a different moon, and then I'll come back later. I'll literally wait for the sun to come up before I go there. What is happening? Store?
Okay, switching my jump drive to the Colossus instead of the Vulcan. So if we ever do this sort of thing again, we'll get there just a little faster.
Yeah, I bought a Colossus. I just didn't put it on anything.
I always thought it was just the bad option, and then when I looked at the numbers, I was like, no, it's actually better. It just looks bad when you're looking at top travel distance and all that.
Alright, now the ship's here. Where is... I gotta check to see what's... What in the world is going on?
Oh, that is weird. I've got your stream on it.
Oh, you saw the elevator.
Screen.
It's like down but not. It's up. So you can't push
Yeah.
it. You can't lower it. What's going on? I just want to make sure the vehicle's on here so I don't have to call it. It should be, because I flew back here. Okay, it's there. Just send it down, put a few Furies on.
Oh, did they finally fix the front landing ramp so that it goes all the way down? I can't remember. There's one of the two on the C2 that doesn't go all the way down. So it's like, oh, do you want to load up a
Yeah,
ship
that's the
with,
the front
vehicle
one on the
wheels?
C2. I remember is just like a step.
Yeah, it was just like, no one saw this or called it out.
Like, I know they have us, and then like the PTU and the Evocati and all that to test stuff. I just feel like you could hire like a team of 4 or 5 dudes and pay them $15 an hour to just play the game for like 6 hours a day or something, and then send you reports on like all the issues. I feel like it's not hard to do. This unknown Fury, this is the one that disappeared on me, I bet. Just disappeared.
Huh.
Yo, what's up?
Hello?
Yo.
Oh, what's up? I'm live right now, just so you know you're live.
Yep.
Oh, hello.
What's going on? What you been up to?
Just chilling on night shift. I didn't pop up that you were streaming. Usually it does on the YouTubes.
I'm on... Oh, yeah. Yeah, I stream every day this time. But what's up? I'm just hanging out. About to go low flying, of course.
Oh, nice.
I was gonna say this can be very dangerous for a stream, so
I'm
it
not
might
I'm
be
not worried
something where-
about I'm not worried about Scooby.
Okay.
Josh is,
No, I was gonna
Josh is a
say
good
we
friend.
Might have to have a lock or something, but okay.
Yeah,
good.
no, all the people I know in this Discord.
Well, you realize that with 3 people, suddenly there's a whole bunch of ships that become much more viable.
Yeah, you gotta convince Scooby to play more Star Citizen though. He likes to play oh, what's that military game you play? I always forget.
War Thunder.
War Thunder. He plays a lot of War Thunder.
I mean, to be fair, I still play Genshin now and again, but Star Citizen really took that over. You know, the funny thing with that game is it took them 5 years to admit that the main character came there on a ship.
That's some time to let the lore kind of
Yeah, in retrospect,
decide to,
I
like,
realized
change
what
it.
they were doing was they were doing the unreliable narrator bit where it's well, that's what he told me they did, and she had no idea of the concept of a ship, so it's of course he flew there, because he couldn't fly even though he's never flown into my sight.
Okay, I can call that one up. I'm probably only gonna put. Actually, you want a low fly?
Well, I'm
'Cause-
actually doing basically something similar. I just don't
Okay.
have my large hangar yet. I'm waiting on the tack.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
I'm just gonna throw all these on. I probably won't use them all, but that's fine. So is the next time.
Yeah, I was gonna say the only real reason why you need more than 2 is server issues, because your flight has gotten so good where unless you're trying to take some higher risks.
Honestly, it's because of the Fury. So it's
Yeah.
because of
It's so visible.
I have more. Oh, no ways. I just pulled up a Fury and the C2.
Huh.
I mean, the A2. It didn't move the A2 off the pad?
Well, that's not good, but that's not horrible.
It's okay. Let's just see if I can get on this thing upside down.
Yeah.
Because this ship is upside down, and it works. This
So
works.
much potential problems there.
Yeah, I'm just waiting to blow up because I'm popping around.
I feel like the best solution to that would be the max
Super
lift.
red. Super red. We're good. We're Gucci. We're golden.
Oh,
I just gotta.
Reverse thrusters.
Okay, I just gotta fly it off to the side. Now that's a feature I'm really looking for is calling up multiple ships, multiple vehicles at once. Because people complain about like the pad hangar speed and all that. It's like just let me pull out multiple stuff at once. Like it all fits on the pad. It'd be nice if there were like positions on pad instead of just centering everything. That way you call up like a ground vehicle, a hover bike, a snub ship, and your main vehicle all at once.
Yeah, especially if you're trying to load other things into your ships.
Like I know they've talked about just straight loading, like putting ships on other ships in the hangar, like in the screen thing. Why is it flashing? But I like actually putting, like, I understand a snub ship, like if it lets you put a snub ship, like call a snub ship to the tack because it actually has a snub ship hangar. But if you call a C2 and it's like, yeah, I want to put these 8 Furies on my C2, I don't think they're going to have a system for that.
yeah.
I hope they do. It'd be nice if they do, though. Just let me call them up and
Or a valet.
The cargo hangar.
Please, sir, I would like 6 of these.
Like, if I could pull out 3 Furies in a cargo hangar at once, I'd be so happy.
Out of curiosity, I am testing the idea of repair on the ship, but it doesn't look like it's doing anything.
I think I messed up by not storing the Hercules first. Oh well.
Well,
Anyways, my break's over. I just want to say it's been cool seeing your stream count climbing steadily.
Yeah.
Slowly
It's all
but
about
surely,
persistence. It's all about
Usually,
persistence.
you've been starting like what, dinner time, our time, like
Like 8 p.m. our
8 o'clock,
time.
10 o'clock.
8
Yeah.
p.m. our time, yeah.
I've been starting work at 7. But, anyways, take it sleazy. I'll catch you guys later.
Yeah, have a good one, bro. Alright,
well,
this
I
ship.
did a little experiment to see if I could do any repairs or anything, and that did not look to take, so that one's probably still semi-crippled.
Oh. Really?
Huh. That one's on the other side, alright.
All my ships are gonna be red before I even go low flying. They're just leaving my Hercules ship on the pad. But I can still get the ships.
I had that issue at Area 18 when it was my home pad.
Oh, because the persistence is all the way up.
Yeah, well, so the thing is even if I left it or if I stored it or anything, if I came back to it later, I would still find the ship that I landed with and stored. So I started always landing off center. Like, I would land
Right.
a fighter way off to one side.
Yeah. And then it never takes it.
Yeah, and it's so every time I show back up, it's there, and it's like, well, at least it's not in my way.
Yeah, I'm just calling Furies. I'm just leaving it on the pad. I think it's because it's the same deal. It's kind of off center. For whatever reason. It's a little back than it normally is. So it spawns the Furies right in front of the front landing gear. This will save me a little time though. I got 10 minutes. I gotta get out there.
It's kind of funny in retrospect, doing all of this, positioning these ships and everything, that would have taken so much longer if I wasn't already familiar with flying from games like Elite Dangerous.
Yeah. Oh man. That didn't work. I gotta store it. Let's try this again. I'm so happy they put multiple ASOP terminals in the hangar, so you don't have to run all the way to the front, to the entrance every time.
Yeah, especially in the large.
Yeah. Okay, let's see if it just gives me the snub, or if it brings up the A2 again. Nice, just the snub. Okay. I'll put these 3 ships on. And go over to Adir. I hope it was just like a bad server or something, because I really want to low fly there without a bunch of problems. I really want to join the low fly dudes on Saturday. They host an event called Splatter Day every Saturday, where everyone goes low flying, but they do it at freaking 8 a.m. my time on a Saturday, and it's like, who does stuff at 8 a.m. on a Saturday? Oh, the ship, all my ships are red. I got all of them red. That's fine.
I still have my one Fury LX, which it's something where I feel like if you start flying with a stick, you'd be able to feel the difference, but on the mouse and keyboard, it's like, nope, it just snaps. I
Yeah,
totally
you can't.
understand that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that ship with sticks is probably great, because you can do slow banks.
There was a YouTube short I saw where someone was basically doing like drone. It looked like a drone race. It
Oh,
was
yeah.
so fast. It was something where I was like, oh my goodness, this is almost beyond normal human capability. Like, it was ridiculous.
Yeah, no, some of that drone racing stuff with the goggles and the drones are going like 180 kilometers an hour, and it's like,
Yeah.
through like little gaps, because you gotta go through the checkpoints or whatever.
Yep.
But then they're making like really high G turns. Like, some of those drones can handle some serious Gs. No. Hercules. There we go.
Okay, I've got 3 of them up myself. I am pulling out my tack. And
The frickin' the mouse button, the side mouse buttons being my speed increments has been frickin' a massive game changer.
yeah, I'd agree on my.
I don't know what I was missing, honestly. I've never had a mouse with side buttons before in my life.
I have that X52 throttle that works independently, so I still have that connected, and I found one of the toggle buttons to turning on speed limiter, and then the other that lets me up and down it. So much easier.
But yeah, earlier when I was when we talk about the length of time I now go out low flying, it's mostly because of the confidence the Fury gives me, because you can like smash into stuff all the time and not die. So it's more of a, it's okay if I hit one thing or like something once or twice because I won't die. And so I just like, I get into it, but at the same time when I hit, I can stay out. So it's like, it's probably like 70% of the time I hit, I'm alive still in the Fury. Whereas in the Arrow, it's probably like 15, maybe 20% you're still alive after you hit.
I was gonna say, to be fair, when it comes to flying in the Arrow, I've seen a few of your streams where you hit something and you couldn't actually see what you hit, and it wasn't a glitch, it was actually a rock.
Yeah, no, that has happened a few. It's the
camera
big
showed it.
rocks. Yeah, the big rocks on
Yeah.
like Daymar and stuff. They're there. They just sometimes don't appear. For sure,
And
definitely
the
there's
lack
something
of
there.
downward view basically means I don't know if I couldn't see it or if the game never showed it.
No, it happens. So you see it slightly on the hologram, whatever thing in the top left corner, where, you know, when your ship gets hit, it kind of flashes red or whatever. You'll see little flashes all the time on the nose, because the nose is actually like barely tapping the ground sometimes, but there's no rock, so it doesn't really hurt you. But that happens sometimes, and you'll see like little like maybe the wing might like flash sometimes, but not break off or turn red. It's very small hits, and you have no idea they're happening, but they're happening. That's why I take the guns and bombs, the missiles and guns off that ship, because I don't know. I mean, sooner or later your missile's gonna hit a rock and blow up, I imagine. I don't know for sure though.
Ooh, I am actually encountering the turbulence while trying to land this thing. And it's not a big deal, but it's like, ooh,
Wait,
yeah,
in a
I
Fury?
can see a problem. Yeah, in a Fury trying to land in the tack.
Turbulence
slight
with a
wobble.
Fury. I never experienced turbulence in the Furies, so that's weird. Like the small ships, I never experienced turbulence in. Actually, no, that's not true. The Arrow, I do.
Let's hope I can get the other one in with that.
I do kind of wish the Ursa medevac wasn't so thick. Like, it's such a wide vehicle.
Yeah, so I actually had some pretty good luck with the C2 on a lot of stuff, but I started using it for cargo, and the problem that I encountered was, well, if you don't have the what is it, the Atlas or Argo or whatever, it was so inconvenient for cargo. And then I realized, oh no, this is better off as a hangar, but the whole having to add an extra device in there like the Ursa, I was like, well, it will work, but it says it only works in the, you know, what is it, 50K, which isn't true. It actually respawns you even if you're well outside of that, but
Yeah, I have
when
no
you read
idea
the
what
data,
the thing
it's
is.
like, it seems like it's a waste of time, and clearly it's not.
I went 591
Yeah,
kilometers, and it spawned
exactly.
me back. So it's like, I didn't even think about that to right now. That was far, and it brought me back. So that's kind of weird. But I wonder if there's I wonder if it's like, if you're on one planet, or you have the Earth on a moon and you're on the planet and you die, will it put you on the moon? I feel like no. But that'd be an interesting test.
Yeah, no, you're probably correct. Yeah.
Okay, one more.
Just barely fits. Weird. I know there was a time where I was working on getting 3 of these in the upper hangar and it just wouldn't work, and I just had a difficult time getting 2 of them in. So might be due to the attritions.
It's worth it though.
Yeah, no, the instant you want to go actually fight, they're so wonderful.
Yeah, it's great. It's not even so much that... It's honestly just the fact, like, you don't really get shot much.
Oh yeah, yep.
Like, nothing can really hit you when you're so small.
I mean, it kind of reminds me of the old school Deep Space Nine thing. Oh, now we have the Defiant, and it's so small, and they're just not expecting this, and they're just not able to hit us. I mean, there's a whole episode about that where it's like, oh, well, we'll just fly too close for them to shoot.
Alright, there you go. I bound open alt to something yesterday. I forget what. Oh, it was alt O, I think. I gotta remember that. I go lay
Yeah, it
in the.
never occurred to me to put a key like alt in there. That's a very good idea.
Probably should actually lay down in the bed so I got some food and water in me. Manage. Alright. Get in the bed. It blows my mind they didn't put a medical facility on the A2.
Yeah. Or the M2. The M2 would make sense.
Actually, yeah, the M2 would actually make more sense because it's a drop ship, similar to the TAC, almost. It just
Also, if you
it's 42
ever find-
million for the A2 and it has no freaking medbed on it. It's just weird.
If you ever find yourself with the TAC again and you're going into the rear cargo bay, raise your... Oh, shoot, I just blew up. Well, my advice is bad because I was going to say make sure that you raise the landing gear and go into the Alt-K, deployed mode.
In the Fury?
Because it's easier to get in there. However, I just blew up. Alright. I am going to fly back there and see if I can actually salvage that, because the everything else was fine, and 2 Furies is fine enough. Yeah.
Oh, the Fury blew up as you're trying to put it in the back cargo thing.
I've encountered that bug on.
But what do you hit
try to
though?
go in. Nothing.
Okay, that's what I was thinking. Because I was like,
I've encountered this on Orison when I was trying to get something there, and I go through the docking bay, and well, I don't go through the docking bay. I hit the door that wasn't there.
right.
Except in the case of this Fury, is I was going super slow, so it shouldn't have been a problem.
Yeah, because I was just gonna say, yesterday I took off in a Fury thinking the speed was capped, and I just smashed into the roof of the A2
Yeah.
cargo bay, and I was fine. I was red, but I was fine. But there's weird things with ships. Sometimes there's a little rattle or something, you don't even get hit, and it just blows you up. But that is the instability of the Alpha. when I first started playing this game and I got my first C2, I was like, let's see what other ships I can put in this thing. And I started trying to fit, like, things that don't fit, obviously, and I died a lot. A lot.
Apparently you can sort of jump, waddle, whatever, the arrow into it. And I was just, when I heard how you had to do that, I was just like, no, that is not worth
Yeah,
the time.
it's not worth it. I got an arrow in by flying in without the landing gear down, because the wings go up, so you fly in like diagonally and you can just fit through. But then you got to be perfectly centered, because when you put the wings up and the landing gear out, you got to be in that middle slot. Like there's kind of a step in the roof.
Yep.
And you got to put your wings in there. But if they're not in there, it just blows up pretty much like, well, it doesn't blow up right away, but it'll start glitching out where it like goes through the ship and then blows up. I found that out too many times. I also got a 100i in the C2, but could never get it out. It always blew up when I tried to bring it out. But that was always the combo I always wanted. I always wanted a C2 with a 100i on it. Maybe it's because they're both white. They match. I don't know.
Yep.
I love the 100i. It's just so useless.
There was a video, there was a short I watched where someone had managed to put one of those little tiny hover motorcycles in the little like cargo space, go to Microtech, and then just sort of fly around from there, and kind of cool. Definitely not intended, and I seem to recall the guy was saying, yeah, I'm afraid to do anything because that little thing inside my ship is rattling around. It might be damaging. And you know, that is one of those things where we get the indicators of the color on the ship, but it would be really good if we actually got an HP meter. I think they don't show us that because I think that it is not something that they have as a solid set, like science. Or
It's probably hard to figure out. Well, they would have to separate everything, because your ship doesn't take damage as a whole like they do in like Elite Dangerous. Like any part of your ship means your entire ship hull is now damaged that much. So that's probably a whole different problem they're gonna have to figure out.
I think it's related to the engineering. They actually said that once engineering is implemented, your systems will take damage way easier. However, your hull is going to be much harder. So the idea is that, oh, well, we got nailed real bad, and yeah, there's technically holes in the ship, but everything's still working. We just have to fix these systems. And I kind of like that idea, where it's like, no, your ship doesn't just blow up because the engine went out or the power plant stopped working. It's not like we have a warp core breach sort of, oh, it just blows up. Yeah.
It would be cool if they did something where like you get reactor leaks and then like radiation on your ship.
That's pretty likely to come, yeah. They wouldn't have said, hey, radiation needs to be a thing without them wanting to actually do the Star Trek II ship out of danger moment.
I do like how a lot of stuff they do, you can tell where they got the inspiration from. I like how it shows in their work. I do like that. Alright, I'm gonna head to Adir to get a little warm up in. I'll see you over there.
I can see you en route. I'm going to land and see what's going on.
Hopefully your ship's still there.
Warps away.
Do you think they store it with the ones you have on it already?
I'm actually gonna take the guess that it never even got stored. It's probably still on the pad. But if it's stored, I do believe so, because every time I've played with the C2, I left the Argos on there. I never had to reload them.
I forget what patch it was, but they turned the frickin' the whatever down, the persistence way down, and you couldn't leave stuff on your ship and store it. Not even like nothing. If you left something on your ship and stored it, it was gone after. I don't remember. I think it was 4.0.2. And it was awful. Because that's when I was using the Geo, the Atlas, to do my cargo things. I bought the Andromeda. I didn't have the Taurus, and I was doing like big VHRT and Vaughn missions, so I needed more cargo space. So I ended up buying the Taurus as well, but I was trying to make it work with just the Andromeda with the Atlas just sitting in the cargo bay. And every single time I'd have to load the freaking Atlas on, even though I always left it on there.
Okay. Yeah.
And
no,
instead I just
fine
bought
with
a
the C2.
max lift tractor beam. Is your ship still there?
Well, we'll find out in just a moment.
Well, what happens if you call a hangar open and it gives you a different hangar and then you land? I guess it would be a different size hangar, so it wouldn't matter.
Unfortunately, it gave me the same large hangar, which is pretty normal, but...
So that means they probably stored it then to put you in there.
Yeah, yep. And generally, it's been fine.
Yeah. So since I've been doing this Fury A2 thing, I've only had one problem one time. And that's when I filled the ship with everything and then they wouldn't open the door for me. Even though I had called to land there to put stuff on. And so I switched servers. And then they made everything disappear inside the ship. That was awful. But it only happened once to me.
Quantum travel complete. Quantum travel engaged.
Okay. Just switched over to mobile here for a moment. Gonna use the restroom and bad habit.
I gotta go to the other side.
Quantum travel complete.
Don't lie to me. Why is it red? Okay, there we go.
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete. Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
Okay, let's see if I can do a half jump. Man, this thing is slow, so it's actually easier to do a half jump in this ship. I just never realized.
Shields off.
Okay.
Shields off. Shields
There we go.
quantum travel complete.
I'll just fly down there. How to fly over there, actually. This place looks so great to low fly. I hope it lets me.
So apparently interdiction doesn't work in the current patch. However, when it did, what they actually had you do was they called it doglegging. You did a partial jump to one location and then jumped where you wanted. It's probably a good habit to keep up.
Shields on.
Yeah. Especially because, I mean, so I used to do like a lot of triangulation stuff in Elite Dangerous. Like there was a bug once where you could mine a rock, but it wouldn't empty. Like, so if you mined a rock, and then you logged out and back in, and you could just do it again. You could just mine that same rock again. And so we actually had this one rock that we knew of, and one of my other squadron leaders, I'm trying to low fly into A2. I gotta stop. My other squadron leader, who actually wrote up this tutorial on how to geolocate the rock in the asteroid belt around the gas giant planet that we were doing it at. And it was pretty crazy. Like, so we would do a lot of like weird like triangulation stuff, and I started doing it in this game just automatically, where I'd find a location on Microtech, and then it's not marked, but I want to, learn where it is. So I would basically look at all the OMs and see what distance I was from all of them, and then you just, make sure you're that distance from them again to find that location again. So I've actually done a lot of that stuff in this game already. It's just like second nature to me because of how much I did it in Elite Dangerous. So doing like little half jumps and stuff, it's like right in that wheelhouse of kind of jump. I mean, I didn't figure I would need to do like half jumps and stuff much, because they're talking about the quantum boost where you could do like short boosts of quantum speed in certain directions. But then I heard someone say it would be like you would get a 30-kilometer boost in one direction. I'm like, that's not very far. That's not going to be good enough.
Okay,
But
so one of the cool things about those short quantum jumps is, especially with them talking about long-range scanning, there's a very good chance that there's going to be a lot of empty space that you'll now actually have as useful, where you can go, oh, they're hanging out over there, and it doesn't have to be marked on the map.
yeah, I guess scanning's pretty good in like Elite Dangerous. Actually, they have a lot of they've revamped that scanning system and stuff a lot, and it does work quite well. But you can scan like more than just ships.
Also, I suppose when it comes to the oh shoot, what were you talking about previously?
Like geolocating stuff or whatever. Not geolocating. I forget. Like half jumps between OMs and stuff.
Yeah, no, I
did
can't
save
remember.
my respawn. I was talking about using points in the sky to locate unmarked places on planets. That's what I was talking about. Alright, let's get out there. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna turn some music
I remember
on.
the whole going back to the same rock over and over again.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
When I realized that was possible, I kind of said, "Oh, okay, so this really isn't an MMO; it's instance."
Yeah, that entire Elite Dangerous entire thing is all instancing everything. That's why there was the whole log out, log in. Like, logging was an actual thing. The devs actually made it easier to do because that's how people did stuff. Like, if you would find like a high, there were like these high emission, yeah, that's what they were called, high emission markets you could drop into, and there'd be like stuff to collect there. And you could drop into them and then just log in out, and just collect. It would just refresh it. And it's like, it's one of the things I didn't like about that game. It's like you had to log in and out on a thing to collect a bunch of it. And I was like, why don't you just, like, at first,
Yep.
I remember when the Guardian stuff came out, it's like, hey, you want a power plant? You need 25 blueprints. And I'm like, well, is it like different pieces of like one page, or is it? No, it's the same blueprint 25 times to make the same thing. And I was like, that is retarded. And that's when I first started like catching on to their tactics to convince you to play the game longer than you actually need to. And it kind of made me mad. Because now, you get on that game, you just need one blueprint. It's like, yeah, but for my Guardian power plants, I needed to get 25. So I had to log in and out, and doing the thing over and over to get one blueprint at a time. And like eventually people get mad and stop playing the game, so then they bring it all down. Like now when you pick up an item, you get like 5 of it in your inventory instead of just the one item.
Engines on. Launch sequence complete.
Alright, let's hope I don't disappear or desync right away. There's grass here and stuff. I like it. It's nice. Rocks, grass, hills. Okay, so now I gotta figure out some things.
Landing gear up.
Music. I don't know how. I don't know if my music is too loud. Let me just think here. I'm gonna turn. Wait, that's not working. Hold on. Now it's working. Oh, it automatically hides my Discord screen. That's good. I'm gonna turn your audio up a little bit because the music's super loud in my ears when I play it, but not that loud in the stream.
Okay.
But just so I can hear you with the music. Made
Yeah,
a bunch
no,
of new
It
songs.
actually wasn't their music. It was the my voice chat didn't want to come back on there for a second. Also, I remember what I was thinking about. It was the whole instancing issue and the hostile players that basically made me go, oh, if I'm going to take this important load from this place to that, yeah, the problem that you'd encounter there was, well, there are players waiting to kill you for it.
Mm-hmm.
So I would just log out, log in on a private or
On
a
private or
personal, whatever
solo.
they called it.
Yep.
Yeah, solo. Yeah.
I did the same
Yeah,
thing.
you ruined the whole game just by that.
Yep. Now that's actually one thing I really like about Star Citizen. It's no private server for you. And there's actually one thing I did like about GTA is if you wanted to do the business stuff, you couldn't do it in a private server. You had to be in a public server. And it's like that, you know, makes it a lot more challenging. You got to deal with other players and all this nonsense. But yeah, I know people that only played Elite Dangerous in solo mode. And I was like, it's not very dangerous, is it?
Yeah. You're unintentionally ruining the game for yourself.
Yeah. But to each their own, I guess.
I mean, Elite Dangerous was sort of a World of Warcraft replacement for me for a lot of time.
Decouple. Alright. Let's see how this goes. Don't die. Desync behave.
I still have all my Furies on my attack. However, yeah, that explosion did cause some damage, so hopefully I don't have to store it again for that to take place, but I think we're good.
What? What? I hit nothing. My thruster just... What happened? Well, my thruster fell off. I didn't even hit nothing. It just fell off. I guess I'll just turn my engine off.
I could also be mistaken, but I think we still have the Scorpius combat screen up.
Oh, I do. Thanks for letting me know. It's yeah, it just fell off. It was damaged, but I didn't hit anything. It just fell off. Well, that wasn't much of a warm-up.
there's a little advantage you have with a stick when you lose an engine, where you can kind of figure out, oh, I have to keep the stick at this angle, and then you'll fly forward. So.
And the problem is, I think I damaged all these Fleet Furies before I left.
I'll be near you soon, so if you want to spare, not an issue, totally fine.
Go this way instead. $234. Couple. Oh, there's a little gap here already. Oh, that's all grass. There's a lot of grass on this planet. This moon.
One of the worst things about the TAC is every single time you want to adjust any sort of power level or anything, or start going, hey, what's that set to? Yeah, it's out of sight. You actually have to hit F and look down.
Really? I guess I've
Yeah.
never changed the power in attack before. Interesting. Are you not entertained, Matar? However you say your name.
Hey, can you tell me the approximate distance away from your ship that you are and the degrees?
I'm at 66 kilometers, and my ship is 152 degrees for me.
Okay,
You're 31 kilometers from me, next to me.
halfway in between. All right.
Yeah, I think I might have gone on the wrong side of the planet. I thought the sun was going down, but I think it was coming up. I think. Because the sun is like almost high noon, actually. Which is not what I like, but just because of contrast. There's no contrast between... The ground is just gray. It's like a flat gray. I feel like the ground here is in gray box. That's what it looks like. Anyway. It's nice here, but not enough big rocks. At least here where I'm flying. I mean, there are big rocks here. I'm just not trying. I keep feeling I'm gonna hook an attrition on a rock, and it just never happens. It looks cool, at least. Trying to compare with Garden MX. I mean, if you're doing combat, you... Actually, I don't even know. Seems Scorpius field much more. Field? Shield? Maybe? This moon does have the nice long downhills though. The mountains here are less complicated than Ignis mountains. They're nice. What do you call it? I might use wrong term. Oh, field of view? Okay, so this is the Fury, not the Guardian. If I mean, they look the same, so I understand if you got confused with that. But yeah, earlier we're doing I was in the gunner seat. Man in the turret in the Scorpius. And I actually don't know what it's like in the... I don't know what the visuals are like. Oh no, I'm dead. It just does this. It's not even desync, I don't know what it is, but it tells you like you left your vehicle when you're still flying it, and then you're dead. But yeah, the Guardian MX is great. I like that ship a lot. But the field of view, I imagine the field of view is better in the Scorpius. But the Scorpius, you have 4 size 3 weapons, and in the Guardian you have 4 size 4 weapons. And apparently the Guardian is more... You said it was more maneuverable than the Scorpius?
Slightly. So the advantage of the MX is that it is 35 degrees up and to left and right. So pitch and yaw are basically the same. So it doesn't matter if you're looking right at the target or if you reorient it, it's still fine.
Yeah. Well, I only have 1 Fury left, so here we go, I guess. It sucks when you don't hit nothing, and you go through 4 Furies, but you didn't hit anything. It's like, come on.
Assuming you're at the location I'm heading to currently, I have 2 in my cargo, or in my day.
I mean, I only got like
That
15
one's
minutes
got a lot
anyway,
of red.
so... Yeah, all my Furies got redded before I could even put them on my ship. Did I turn the engine off? What's going on here? Oh, I see what happened. I just hit the roof, so maybe I got a little more red. Fly safe. Oh, I won't. I won't fly safe. I don't. Yeah, here you are. I mean, I parked my ship here thinking the sun would move, and it didn't. Nah. Telling a low flyer to fly safe is pretty ironic. It's pretty funny, actually. My motto is don't die, so fly safe is... Actually, I don't fly safe on purpose. It looks cooler. It doesn't last as long.
It's a nice visual seeing them next to each other.
Yeah, having some big ships. Park up. Pull up. Yeah, I don't know what the day-night cycle is on this planet, but it is not like the others. I mean, I've only been here for 20 minutes, but I don't think the sun moved. Well, the sun doesn't move, but you know what I mean. Kind of sucks. Oh, but look at that. I'll just fly toward, wait, where's the shadows? I mean, there's not really any shadows. It's literally... It's like 20 degrees off from being noon. Oh well. We'll just have to deal with this lighting.
I spend so much time in Pyro that I just said, yeah, set by default to section. It used to be area 18, but it's like,
I was
it
close
takes
to
so long
doing it this time. I might do it next update. .234 locked in. Decouple. Where did Pyro 5 go? There it is. The full turn. Alright. If you lose me, well, you won't lose me. You got me marked. I'm going towards Pyro 5 though. Is that a gap? Little gap?
Ooh, I just saw you blow up. I have one more.
Did I hit something?
No.
I don't think I did. I just started. I don't think this planet's viable, honestly. The amount of stuff, because usually some desync happens when you go to a planet and you low fly. You'll get desync, and then you'll go back there and you'll get desync, and when you go back, it's good. It'll be good for like an hour straight. You can low fly, but I don't know, man. I've gone through 7 Furies on this planet already now. No, yeah, because 3 and 4. No, 2 and 3, 5 Furies, and every single time it desynced within like 15 minutes. And this is a good server. It's been pretty good. Not bad at all. So I don't know.
Take the one that I just dropped you near your rear.
Okay.
Yeah, I had to put on my, oh no. Put on my helmet, but it still tried to kill me.
Yeah, you think there's grass so you can breathe, and then...
Oh, I parked over a bunch of rocks. I can't use the lift.
I really like the grass. It's kind of long. It's nice. But... let's see. Yeah. Walking through the grass. I'd love to film the video here, but I just die. So... it's too bad. Let's see if I have any luck in this last one here.
I think I'm gonna have to run on your ship or something in order to get there because I can't get up my back ramp.
Okay, I'll come over there. Back ramp.
Oh, that's weird. I see an open cargo, but no ramp.
On your ship?
No, on yours, the C2, I see it open, but no ramp.
Yeah,
I
I
see
didn't
it on
even.
the front.
I've only opened the front ramp. Do you need to
Okay.
get on?
I'm probably just gonna walk up there, turn my helmet off and on again, and see what happens. I'm currently up to 33% of the meds. 35 now.
Oh, because you don't have a helmet and you're outside.
I mean,
Is
it
that-
says I have a helmet, but it's acting like I don't.
Yeah, you have a helmet on my screen. I can see you have a helmet on.
If this works.
That's wild.
Well, I'm inside your ship. Finally, it just did the whole Weez. The whole... Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Take it off. Put it back on.
You can drive my Ursa over to your ship if you want, if you have to.
Nah, that shouldn't be an issue. Okay. Yep. I am outside the ship and I now hear myself breathe.
That's a weird one.
Yep. I kind of get how it caused the issue, but yeah. Now the question is, can I get back in my ship without killing myself? Because I landed amongst a lot of rocks.
Can you get up on the back?
I tried before and I couldn't jump, but now I can jump. Of course, my ship sort of jumps up a little bit there. Okay.
I feel like they just gotta extend the landing
Oh,
gear on
shut up.
some of the ships.
Yeah.
Super short, stubby landing gear.
Coming up on my other fury. I think I got up to that 45 on the med.
Holy.
Yeah, that was a lot of repairing my health. Oop. Oop. This is the one issue of toggle switch settings, and that is I hit the wrong direction and turned off my engines. But I'm still okay.
I gotta fix my speed. Where's the sun? Oh. Okay, the sun's gone down a little that side.
Alright.
I'm gonna go that way, but I gotta get my speed to 2... to... 236. That's the max speed, I believe. Okay, come on, desync. Behave. I'm hoping it's better that it's not my ship.
Out of curiosity, it's the whole, can I do this to say, hey, look, I'm in this position? for laser fire.
I really like the grass here, man. It allows you to like see the ground really well. Oh man. I gotta be more suicidal. I don't have time to mess around. Whoa. It completely just changed. The vibe just completely changed.
Oh yeah, no, it went dark, and there's so much mountains.
It's like the rocks. The rocks are like volcanic rocks too. Whoa.
And also, if you couldn't tell, it's if I ever shoot, I'm just shooting to say, hey, this is the angle I'm at.
Alright, yeah, it's all good. I'm trying to go through this little...
Ooh, yeah, oh, very nice.
Almost didn't go well. This way a little bit.
Slowly catching up to you, and this is really cool.
I'll try to go somewhat straight so I don't get all squirrely. It's hard to follow when someone's just randomly turning.
There's a good example of, yep. Be an almost case of turn around just because that area was so unique. But
Yeah, I'm heading over to the hill in front of me there.
yep, see it. About 200 meters behind you. I can actually see your ship. Ooh, very nice. All right.
Out in the troughs that are bulging, I stay in the surf and your skin. I see them past and
I see some gaps coming up. This could get interesting.
I know the falls beside me. I would then I hate that go away. I know the love, but you say
Oh, I can't see. Oh, this is crazy here. Holy.
You're probably gonna want some of this footage.
Maybe.
Ooh.
This is a great spot here. I'm going left. Look at all those rocks.
Ooh, yep.
a graveyard. Whoa. There's so many. It's like I'm in a forest, a rock forest.
Ooh, very nice.
Ah!
Ooh, I almost hit myself. I'm flying a little higher.
This is wild. This is crazy here.
Lag. We're good. I think we just transitioned across the server thing unless I just had lag.
This is the craziest place to low fly in the game, period.
We're about to come up on some mountains. My guess is best choice is to go to the right because that's where they seem to be running.
Alright.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see some of those paths.
I gotta do a little save there. My goodness.
Okay, I'd veer back to the left at this point because clearly it's just flat plane now.
I'm just doing a big old left circle back there. Whoa, now it's all pink. Or whatever color that is. This place is crazy.
And yellow.
It's a weird color. Okay. It's just a forest of rocks. It's so cool. And they're like, there's just enough of them that it's not like you can find a route through. You're like, you don't. It's so good. Get in. Man, that place is awesome.
Well, I'm glad I came along.
I'm gonna go right. There's a whole bunch more. I'm literally gonna, when I die, I'm gonna grab my ship and come back here. I'm gonna log out in the bed. So I don't lose this place. I could do circles through here till I die. Forever. Oh, that's actually hard to see with the sun there. The sun, bro. The sky here is crazy. And Desync is behaving.
Wow, I just hit the boost real quick and oh my goodness. Not recommended unless you're
Oh, you
trying
didn't
to catch
speed
up
cap?
with someone.
Yeah, that's why I speed cap. Even though you can only go however fast, I still speed cap because when I hit boost and you go faster, you kind of lose some of your maneuverability for a few seconds. I gotta keep saving because I'm not actually recording. I'm just instant replaying.
Yep. Yeah, I do that a lot.
I didn't expect
I
this.
hit Alt F9, so we'll see how long this video turns into. And I'll see about extending it to if we can. Obviously, that's a lot of editing, but
Nah, it's worth it if it's awesome. I'll stop it there. Man, this place is great.
turning off decoupled, and now, yep.
I gotta keep, so it's like, it's kind of like the white and black area. That's basically where this is located. I don't know where else I was. Alright, I'm gonna just do a suicide run because I gotta get off really soon.
Oop! Nope. Did a spin around and boom. Yep, it's 2 a.m. for me, so yep, I will be taking off.
Bah! Save it. That was worth it though. I gotta fly my big ship back there. I have to. Let me turn this music down. Alright. I gotta fly my ship back there, so I got it located. And then I might just leave, like... I might leave the Ursa just on the planet. That way I kind of tag this place.
Well, we'll see if that actually recorded, because it said, oh, do you want to turn that on? And it's like, well, but it prompted that it was recording, and I have a temp file, so we'll see.
We can always come back here another time.
Yeah, no,
if it
because
didn't.
upper camera recording of how that gap actually looked is pretty impressive.
Hell yeah. Okay, where's my dead body? I need to go there. Oh, I flew this way. Okay. 97 kilometers. I like it here. It's just it's got some hardcore desync issues. Cause I'm 6 for 6 desyncs. Dude, the color of the sky here is crazy. When the sun's high, the sky's like pink. And now it's like yellow, orange. This place is nice. I gotta get there. It's actually I've been on all the planets and moons. I've never seen an atmosphere capture the sunlight like this anywhere else. It's really cool.
Okay, it looks like I got the video. It's like 40 gigabytes.
What are you recording in? Like 2K 120 FPS?
Yeah.
It's the FPS.
2560 by 1440. Let's see what the FPS is. No, I'm just doing 60.
Damn. That's a tanky video. It's great though, like places like this exist with all these rocks like this. This means there's definitely low flying potential, because I would just park here and just low fly here. I wouldn't even leave, honestly, because you could just do runs like back and forth through the cluster of rocks, suicide runs back and forth.
Yep.
But
also, yeah, it's 3 hours and 9 minutes long, so yep. 40
oh,
gigs.
because you were recording like the entire The entire session.
Yep.
That's wild. That's crazy. There are ways you could chop that up though, really easily. Okay, so I died over there. I just need to park like somewhere flat. Where do I park? I'll park right there. Yeah, I gotta get the hell off.
Yeah.
And the fixings of the score, we came in mountains behind war, and so and to move the priestess out in
All right, let's log out here.
Yep. You have a good night.
Yeah, you have a good night too.
Felt like a very good success. Like everything we did worked out.
That's true.
The first 2 or 3
didn't die.
missions I had to abandon, but after that it just started working.
Yeah, no, that's great.
But yeah, you can absolutely see how you can chain those super quick, and you're barely using anything. There's almost no risk. It's very nice. A good way to say, hey, this is not just a fighter game where you've got a lot of people who will go, I'm not good enough. There's no way I can fight. And it's like, well, but I mean, I did cargo missions for ages before I ever even tried to fight, and so I already felt the flight mechanics, and suddenly you go into a fight and you go, well, I'm not good, but it works, and I'm
not bad.
Good enough. Yeah, exactly.
You're also, that's why you're so good at landing. Because of all the cargo you did back and forth from stations.
Well, and especially when you're going, well, I can save some time if I reposition the ship to this. People who just land straight on the pad when they're doing cargo, it's like, oh, you're wasting so much time.
Yeah. All right, dude.
Yep.
This was a good one. I'll talk to you again soon.
All right. You have a good night.
You too. All right, everybody. That's gonna be the end of tonight's stream. We're just hanging out tonight, doing all kinds of things. Hopefully in the future we'll have more people to play with. More people to go join the Discords in the description now of all my streams. So if you guys want to come play with us sometimes, depending on what's going on. Yeah, everyone's welcome. But that's it for today. So remember, don't fake a smile. Always do something. Do what makes you smile. And I'll be back on Monday at the same time, as always. And hope everyone has a good day or night, whatever side of this planet you're walking on. And that's all. Bye.